That's right.
All good? So Denise is saying that she can't hear anything on the YouTube channel right now. Is it on? I don't know.
Oh, come on. I'm suing.
All right, I'm going to ask everyone to come in and find a seat. It is 5:32, so we're going to be starting the meeting. And as we get started, I want to remind everyone that everyone who's here live, please turn your phones off or to vibrate so as not to disrupt the meeting. Not so much for the people who are live, but for people who might be trying to watch it. And this is always the conundrum, right? If they don't know to turn into YouTube, they won't know this. But so everyone's aware, due to technical difficulties, tonight's meeting will only be available on YouTube. So tell your friends, send them a text, and it will not be available on channel 16 or Granicus. Phones off, please. Audio will be available via Microsoft Teams. If you need information on how to access the audio, please go to the Agendas and Minutes page on the City Clerk's Office website at www, is it really .smgov.net? Shouldn't it be santamonica.gov? Department's clerk. But if you hunt down the clerk's office, you ought to be able to find it. But tonight, we are out on YouTube only. No Granicus, no Channel 16. And we only have one camera. So please, everyone, be aware of the camera in the back of the room. Do not block that camera, because that is the only way people who are watching on YouTube will be able to see the proceedings. All right? With that, we are going to start the meeting. Since he is just, and this is sort of an inside joke, back from Turkey, we'll have the city manager lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Yeah, I'm going to make a habit of it.
Please join me in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. All right, we will have the roll call now, please.
Councilmember Zwick is not here at the moment. Councilmember Para,
Here?
Councilmember Brock,
Here.
Councilmember Terosis, also not here at the moment. Councilmember De La Torre,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete,
Here.
and Mayor Davis.
Here, so we have a quorum and we will begin the meeting. We will start with item 1, Ms. Newsom.
Item 1 is public comment.
Okay, excuse me just a moment. Can, folks, when you're at the back of the room and you're in that hallway, we can hear you loud and clear up here. So please, if you need to speak, go outside beyond the hallway so that we can all hear what's going on in the room. Sorry, Ms. Newsom, please start again.
Public input. Public comment is permitted only on items not on the agenda that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city. State law prohibits the city council from taking up any action on items not listed on the agenda, including issues raised under this agenda item. And it looks like we have 8 people in the queue to speak.
All right, for those of you who've not done this before, what I will do is call a few names. We'll ask you to line up against the wall to your left, my right, so we can move through it fairly quickly without a lot of delay between speakers. You will each have 2 minutes to speak. So our first few speakers will be Walt Davis, John Medlin, Ron Asherman, and Jill Hawkins. All right. Well, we have a full house this evening, and maybe Mr. Davis is stuck outside. So what we will do, you are Mr. Medlin, is that correct? Yes, ma'am. Why don't we start with you, and if Mr. Davis shows up, we'll insert him back into the queue.
Okay, great, thank you. As you've heard me say consistently, what is number one job? Public safety first. So when in doubt, make us safe. I've been told the chief was going to make a presentation tonight and give us the update on the crime statistics. I hope that's the case. I just came from a meeting of the Westminster Towers Residents Council, and one of our elderly gentlemen said he was concerned about Reed Park again. I said, are you telling me people are sleeping there between 10 and 6? He said, yes, right near the what's the place? The tennis court place, et cetera, right near where the AA people meet. It's a broken record. We guys have been dealing with this. Let me just make a comment for you guys who are here, first of all. Thank you for the job you do. You stay here anywhere from 1 to 3 o'clock in the morning, so thank you. What you do is hard. The kind of comments I've seen from other people elected to your positions, nasty, vitriol, disgusting stuff said. So thank you for what you're doing. The other comment is, I've been hired, I've been fired. People show up on time. People show up on time, or I fired them. Ladies and gentlemen, you showed up on time. Please make that a continuing practice for all of you. We all some of us bust our butts to get here. I also get over here from a meeting. So again, public safety first. Let's keep doing it. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Medlin. Has Walt Davis shown up? Mr. Davis, you'll have 2 minutes.
Good evening. As you know, my name is Walt Davis. I'm a street performer in Santa Monica, have been since 1990. I'm here with the concern about the enforcement on the pier, which has become lax, probably because we don't have enough police officers or enough scheduling of police officers on the pier. With the lack of enforcement, we've had out-of-control behavior regarding street performers as well as illegal vending. It's also led to the influx of a lot of questionable activity. such as drug dealing and gangbangers. We're trying to see if we can get some more help out there. The concern about the pier has been one that I have been trying to voice for the past couple of years, and we're not getting enough of that. I need to find out how we can go about getting this on the agenda so that it can be addressed properly, because I'm getting tired of calling people and not getting responses. I'm hoping tonight that I can get somebody's ear to wake up to the fact that you cannot enforce that pier with the code enforcement as they are now, because you don't have enough code enforcement officers and you do not put them on the pier regularly. And that can be said for the police. We need help here, serious help. I'm hoping that someone will respond.
Thank you very much, Mr. Davis.
Mayor, if I may, sir, if I can grab you, I'll get your contact information and we'll get connected.
All right. Ron Asherman?
So yeah, just like Walt, I'm a street performer also. I've been performing since around 2018. And just to go off what Walt says, there's been an overall concern of safety at the pier, particularly from the breakdancers. They've been lately kind of bullying and intimidating other performers at the pier. I've been threatened by one in particular. They try to buy spots from other performers. They try to bully other performers into selling their spots. And just lately, it's been an overall concern about them. They also perform outside their performance spaces, and it's just, they don't really follow the rules when everybody else does. I follow the rules. I perform in my designated area. Walt always performs in his designated area. And the only people that we have problems with are the breakdancers in particular. And aside from them, there's a general feeling of unsafety at the pier. Just like Walt said, there's illegal vending. There's one person in particular by the name of Wayne. I think he has the nickname Mississippi, who's threatened me multiple times. And he's even hit one of the performers. And one of the other performers now, he feels so unsafe at the pier that now he bought some body cams just so he has evidence when he gets threatened at the pier. So I feel like now there's not enough enforcement at the pier. There's not enough police at the pier. There's not enough code enforcement. And I just wanted to bring it to the city's attention that there's an overall feeling of unsafety at the pier. And that's really concerning because this is one of the most popular tourist destinations in the country. So just so another person can speak about this, I think it's really important that something gets done. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Jill Hawkins. And Ms. Hawkins, before you begin, I'm going to call a few more names so people can line up behind you. Jerry Rubin, Michael Pitkin, Jonathan, and Aubrey West. Go ahead.
Hi, good evening. I'm just going to finish up from my last public comments from, I think, the last meeting where I ran out of time. So I gave you guys all this book. It's a friend of mine's book, Dr. Shannon Kroner's I'm Unvaccinated, and That's Okay. So I think we should all expect that vaccines should just work for the person who's choosing to use that type of medical care. So, you know, when we know, we do better. And so when we have informed consent, and so kids are being denied school, and they have been for many years since Senator Allen introduced a bill and got passed, taking away people's personal religious exemptions, which every state had always had. Pharma had been lobbying quite extensively. They have a lot of lobbyists up there, probably more than oil and gas. So anyway, this book covers about vaccine injuries and deaths that are not rare. They're just rarely reported. Unfortunately, we have an industry that's completely, our medical schools are bought, our legislators are bought, our doctors are bought, or just not informed. Because when I've come across where I bring doctors information about the ingredients in vaccines, they're shocked when they actually see in there because they've never really looked on a vaccine insert. So anyway, kids are being segregated and discriminated based on vaccination status. We all talk about this new little three keywords, diversity, equity, inclusion. So let's include all healthy, kids are healthy and vaccinated. They're not carrying any illnesses. The product has got to work for the person using it. So I would love for all of us to work together to talk to Senator Allen to make his wrong right and introduce a bill and get our religious and personal exemptions back, and especially our medical exemptions. I mean, we're not taking care of our kids. I mean, not letting the doctors take care of the kids. So I would love to have a pledge that we all work together and talk to Senator Allen and and have him make it right before the lawsuits happen that are coming down the pipes, which I know from a really amazing constitutional lawyer in the United States, who's been from ICANDecide.org, who's been winning lawsuits against our top health agencies regarding vaccine safety and science that has not been done.
Thank you. Jerry Rubin.
Mayor Davis, Mayor Pro Tem Negretti, honorable council members, honorable city manager, city attorney, city clerk, police officers, fellow Santa Monicans. A couple of things I just want to say. First of all, I want to thank the firefighters. Yesterday, on the 22nd anniversary of 911, they were about ready to do their annual ceremony, and they got a call, and they had to go into action right there. A few neighbors were there at Fire Station number 2, so thanks to the firefighters. I also want to wish everyone that's celebrating the Jewish New Year starting Friday night, a very happy Jewish New Year, new beginnings. And I also want to acknowledge that tomorrow is what they're calling Kick Cancer Butt Day, and it's focusing on curing cancer for kids. And I want to thank you. You know, my wife passed away from pancreatic cancer, and she wanted to see people contribute and help whatever good organization, and she was supporting the Hirschberg Foundation. And all I could say is we could all do our part to help. And I also just want to thank the church in Ocean Park. They're going to be reopening in mid-October, and I hope everyone knows how important they are to the community and gets out to their grand reopening. So thank you all very much, and I thank our firefighters and our police department for helping our city stay safe and for all their integrity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Rubin. Michael Pitkin.
Michael Joseph Pitkin. I am a new citizen of Santa Monica, California. I am homosexual, Democrat, multiracial European, unhoused, unemployed, theistic Satanist, 58-year-old male, HIV positive, 20 years, over half in LA County. I have been through every HIV program and agency in LA County. I have seniority. In Santa Monica, I was told to my face, the beach area is the golden area. I have to be unhoused here for 5 years before I will receive help. I applied and was denied from all help when I did LASA's HMIS Coordinated Entry System, CES. I should be receiving the same care in Santa Monica as I receive in Skid Row. Today, this is this body's notice. Cease and desist. This unequal discrimination and reverse discrimination in the West LA and beach cities. Follow the grant monies, all going to Skid Row. Every area and every city needs its own shelter, a healthy percentage of available shelter beds, and come into compliance with federal law of Martin versus Boise. Disabled being shipped to other cities 5, 10, 15 miles away is failing the reasonableness test.
Thank you, Mr. Pitkin. Jonathan? I just have a first name, I apologize. All right, Aubrey West.
Hello, I'm Aubrey West. I'm with the nonprofit 501c3 Sci-Fi World Museum and the Hollywood Science Fiction Foundation. We've been bringing props and sets to the San Diego Comic-Con for 10 years from Star Trek, Marvel, and Star Wars. Before the end of 2023, we're negotiating to open in a 25,000 square foot space on the ground floor of the Sears building in Santa Monica between 3rd Street Promenade and the Red Line. It's our plan to be in the Sears building for a minimum of 6 months to a year, maybe longer. We'll have weekly events and signings with celebrities and filmmakers from TV shows and movies, and screenings and special events with JPL and NASA. Our education is STEAM-based and our curriculum's K through 12. There's never been a museum like ours that's taught the history of sci-fi and the reality of space and science. We own over $14 million in props, sets, and costumes, and have over 200,000 followers on Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, and Facebook. And we have relationships with all the major studios. Our CEO is the Emmy-winning John Purdy, who produced numerous Star Trek tours and the Titanic tour. We'll also have a huge gift shop and possibly a cafe. It's meant to be a fun and cool place for all ages. Tickets will be between $18 to $25 and year passes for $100. We have various different sponsors, including Google, Apple, Fox, and Disney. What we don't have are hundreds of millions like the Academy and the Lucas Museums. So we do need as much help as we can get to make this the major attraction we know it can be for this area. Feel free to ask me any questions, and I have flyers.
All right, you
Very
can
much.
leave that with the clerk and she can
You got it.
distribute it. Thank you. Mr. Foster?
I signed up almost last. How am I almost first?
Well, actually, you are next to last and it just says Jonathan. but-
Great, thank
So
you.
it's your turn.
All right. Well, Do you really think the city council, God is going to bless you? Yeah, there's no way God is going to bless the abortionist of the city council of Santa Monica. Santa Monica and this council that represents the people can't receive a blessing. You guys are in really bad shape, really. So this is on Promenade 3.0, and I was out there when it reopened on 2021 in July, and the David White, the manager, comes by, and I start telling him the story about how Brandon, you're gonna get kicked out of here, was calling Daryl Bristol, community service officer, on his personal cell phone to bust women or girls playing on 3rd Street Promenade and black people. And all of a sudden somebody interrupted the sentence I was in, and I said, no, I can't do that. And then David White walked away in the middle of the discussion I was. So just shut up talking to me, you know, it's ridiculous. It took me forever to get to this, because what I feel like is there's some more important things to say, which I did say. Since this happened in July of 21, I've been waiting around to try to find the time. And on the High Holy Days and the month-long celebration of the Jewish people, we're getting Nakba here in California. That's what's happening. We're doing a Nakba. It's happening in Santa Monica too. We're getting Nakba. If you don't understand what's going on, you probably haven't read and seen what I've seen. You can see it right in the Bible, and the New Testament will tell you exactly what's happening. Nice people, though, not happy with some of the things that take place like this, about harassing me on 3rd Street as I talked about being a Christian, not the best Christian in the world, and then got harassed and harassed. And then Brandon died. And what I've not been able to say is I think
Thank you, Mr. Foster. That appears to be the end of public comment. Is that correct, Ms. Newsom?
That is correct.
All right, then I am going to close the public comment. Before we engage in item 2, I think we have a bit of agenda management. It's my understanding that some folks would like to pull one of the items from our 16 items. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, we'll have a motion in a second.
I move that we pull.
I'm sorry, can you turn your mic on, please?
I move that we pull 16C.
Second.
All right, moved by Brock, seconded by De La Torre. We can do this via roll call vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, that passes unanimously. So for those of you who hopefully have now logged into YouTube, item 16C will not be heard tonight. It's been pulled by the proponents, or by one of the proponents, and in fact, if someone is here for 16C, then you're off the hook. All right, that takes us to the next item, which is agenda item 2, Ms. Newsom.
Public input on agenda items under closed session, special agenda items, and consent calendar only, and we appear to have 14 speakers in the queue.
All right, we will, as before, begin. I'll call out a few names and ask you to line up to the wall to your left. The first few names are Ted Winterer, Tom Larmore, Chris Harding, and Brian O'Neill. I suppose I should say former mayor and councilperson, Ted Winterer, welcome.
Yeah, former mayor, that and 35 cents gets you a senior ride on the expo line. Good evening, Mayor Davis and council members. I'm here to speak to you on item 3C in your closed session agenda. We live in an era in which too often people form opinions based on hearsay from traditional and social media rather than by reading source documents. For instance, some of the local press coverage and social media commentary around the Supreme Court's decision in the CVR case suggested it was a resounding loss for the city. However, let's look at the source document, the court's written opinion. Quote, "We express no view on the ultimate question of whether the city's at-large voting system is consistent with the CVRA." That's from page 32 of their ruling. We express no view. The reality is the court rejected arguments made by both the city and the plaintiffs and remanded the case back to the appellate panel with a clarifying set of ground rules. The plaintiffs now have to prove the existence of both voter dilution and racially polarized voting. The city only has to prove one of those two are absent in our current voting system. That decision will then be made by a panel of judges, which showed no love for the plaintiffs in their first hearing.
So you should have every reason to be optimistic about prevailing at the appellate panel, and therefore should not settle this lawsuit. Ask yourselves, why are the plaintiffs so eager to settle unless they fear losing in court? Settling now would mean paying a huge sum to the 3 attorneys representing the plaintiffs. It would also mean an extra expense to a cash-strapped city to set up a new voting system. And the implementation of district voting would surely diminish the diversity you now see on our council, which is ironic given the lawsuit was filed ostensibly in the name of civil rights and equal representation. Let the appellate court decide. You'll win and save the taxpayers a whole lot of money at the same time. You might even recover some costs from the plaintiffs. It's an easy decision and the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Winter. Tom Larmore.
Good evening, council members. Ted said it all very well. The only thing I would like to add to that is the Supreme Court made it very clear that the plaintiffs were required to prove racially polarized voting. The facts show that they cannot prove that. The standard for that is to show that Latino preferred candidates usually lose, but the facts is they don't. And we've provided you with information demonstrating that, and also the amicus curiae has provided a table or results of the last election to the Supreme Court, which they accepted a judicial notice of. So I think the plaintiffs are going to have a very difficult time trying to get around the facts on that issue. They also have to show dilution. The Supreme Court made it very clear that you cannot adopt a alternative voting system that makes the protected class worse off than they would be under the existing system. The facts demonstrate that that's exactly what would happen if you went to a single-member district system of the kind the plaintiffs are looking for. And finally, under the California Constitution, the City Council does not have the authority to switch our at-large voting system to a district system without a vote of the people. So the idea of trying to settle this case and impose a district-based system on our city would be in violation of the California Constitution. So we urge you to, as Ted said, let the process go forward. Let the Court of Appeal decide as the Supreme Court instructed it to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Larmore. Chris Harding. All right, thank you, Mr. Harding. We appreciate that, Mr. O'Neill. And before you begin, I'm going to call a few more speakers: James Wiggins, Richard Polanco, Esther Hickman, and Maria Loya.
Great to be here. This is Democracy in Action. The case before you, the voting rights case, is about the most core principle of participatory democracy. And I couldn't disagree more with Ted Winter, or the last speaker. I live in the Pico neighborhood. I'm a historian. I know how the Pico neighborhood has been marginalized for years from this at-large electoral system that we've had for decades. I know only Mayor Davis was on the council in 2018 when the decision was made to appeal the lower court decision in this case. So I'm really speaking to Councilmember Negrete, Councilmember Torrosis, Councilmember Zwick. You guys were not on the council. You can do the right thing. This is about voting rights. I'm not going to get in the minutia, as the 2 previous speakers, of the legalities of this, but I know for a fact that the Pico neighborhood, the residents of Pico neighborhood, have been marginalized because of this system for generations. Even recently, things have come up that made it clear that we didn't have direct representation on this council. Mayor Davis might remember the preschool that was approved on my street, 2953 Delaware Avenue, where the whole neighborhood got together, put in emails, came together and said, my neighbor, Councilmember Parra is one of them, said, this is unjust. What is happening here? This is not democracy. This is not what the Voting Rights Act is supposed to protect. So my urging from the bottom of my heart is do the right thing. You're going to hear in private legal counsel all the arguments, pro and con. We need some sort of reform system. The at-large system does not work.
Thank you, Mr. O'Neill. Mr. Wiggins? Is Mr. Wiggins here? All right, we'll just, if he shows up, we'll let him go later. Former State Senator Richard Polanco.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, estimado público, I'm here today as the author of the California Voting Rights Act. I had the honor and the privilege of serving 16 years in the legislature. I served my last 4 years as the Senate Majority Leader. I authored this bill because I recognized how at-large elections stifle minority voices in municipal government. Supported by nearly all the Democrats on the Senate and Assembly side, and opposed by all the Republicans for obvious reasons, I watched with great pride hundreds of cities, school districts, and other political subdivisions throughout the state of California, in every geographic area of California, have adopted district-based elections to comply with the California Voting Rights Act. Since the enactment, minority representation on California cities, councils, school districts has nearly doubled. It works. It's democracy. Over 125 cities, over 200 school districts have profoundly increased the representation of minority Latinos, Asian Americans, African Americans elected to local offices. I have watched with bewilderment as the city of Santa Monica has paid millions of dollars to a Republican law firm to attack the California Voting Rights Act and the voting rights of minorities, not just in your city, but throughout the state of California. The implications go beyond this city.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up.
I was given 2 minutes.
Oh, I'm sorry. What? Oh, okay. So Ms. Hickman, you gave, all right, you have an additional 2 minutes, sir.
Thank you. If the city were somehow to win this case, it would set back California voting rights by decades. By decades. Other progressive groups have come forward to support the plaintiffs. They include former Secretary of State Alex Padilla, now U.S. Senator. They include the Latino, Black, and Asian Pacific Islanders Legislative Caucus, representing 49 different members of the California legislature. The civil rights organizations of LULAC, of MALDIF, of NALEO, the Association of Black School Administrators, the California Latino School Board, the Latino Caucus of California Association of Counties. The Santa Monica Council, you have the power to end expensive litigation. The court, Supreme Court of California, ruled very clearly that the California Voting Rights Act was in fact constitutional. We see at the federal level, the U.S. Supreme Court, we see Republican states continuing to whittle away, to disenfranchise ethnic minority communities that are protected by the Constitution. The continuation of this litigation jeopardizes the California Voting Rights Act. The California Supreme Court did not address some of the issues on the city's other right-wing arguments which seek to unduly restrict the California Voting Rights Act. There is only
All
one
right,
cause
sir.
of action, and that is to stop the appeal.
Thank you,
and do the
sir.
right thing for the people of California and for the residents.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up. Thank you. All right, so Ms. Hickman donated her time, so we are to Maria Loya. And then Ms. Loya, before you speak, I'm going to call out a few more names. Kevin Shankman, Nicole Ferries, Sherry Davis, and Erica Leslie. And Ms. Ferries, you're down twice, but I'm assuming you're only speaking once. So go ahead, Ms. Loya.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Maria Loya, and I am a mother raising 2 boys here in the Pico neighborhood in Santa Monica. I've been in Santa Monica for close to 25 years, and I have experienced the marginalization that the lack of political representation has done to the Pico neighborhood. In fact, for 75 years, the Pico neighborhood has gone without representation of city government, which has led to the marginalization of the residents. And it has created the Pico neighborhood as a dumping ground. We have experienced what it means or the impact that it has when we don't have political representation. We've had the freeway, we've had 3 waste facilities, maintenance yards, all put in our neighborhood because there has been a lack of political representation. Now, we understand that many of you weren't part of the council when these decisions were made to fight the California Voting Rights Act. Now you have an opportunity to take a position on this. Now, the previous speakers talked about, well, why is it that people want there to settle because we might be concerned? No, the fact that we want this to be settled is because we are residents of the city and we see the money, the millions of dollars that are being wasted on these kinds of lawsuits where it could be used to improve our public safety, improve resident services. Because the fact is, we will win. But we want to make sure as Santa Monica residents that you all are responsible stewards of our public dollars. That is what we want. Now, as we begin to kick off Hispanic Heritage Month, it goes beyond the colorful clothing or the delicious food. It's about
Thank you, Ms. Loya.
rights, and it comes down to Latino voting rights.
Thank you, Ms. Loya. Your time is up. Mr. Shankman.
Good evening. I usually don't make public comments at city council meetings about pending litigation that I'm counsel for, but we haven't really had any dialogue. This doesn't lend itself to dialogue with this fancy timer going off, but I thought I would at least come here and talk to you a little bit. Because I've seen this many, many times. It's very predictable. And I can tell you what's going to happen. After the public comment, you're going to go back into your private room, and outside counsel is going to try to spin the Supreme Court decision, which is a reversal of a win for the city, as something other than a loss. And then they're going to tell you, if you just keep fighting, you're going to win eventually, maybe. And it's probably what they told you a couple months ago, before the Supreme Court opinion. It's probably what they told you a couple years ago, and it's probably what they've been telling you, Mayor Davis, for almost 8 years now. And in all that time, you haven't won. That's why we're here. In all that time, what has happened is the city has spent millions and millions of dollars paid to that same outside litigation counsel to carry on make their right-wing arguments to restrict or get rid of the California Voting Rights Act, all in the name of you guys, the city of Santa Monica, putting a black eye on this city throughout the state of California. There is a better way. So I'm going to remain here. If Mr. Sloan or anyone else would like to speak with me, I'm here to engage in that dialogue, a dialogue that should have already happened. If not, well, that's okay too. I'll fight till my dying breath on this one. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shankman. Nicole Ferries.
Should I say now that Sherry Davis donated 2 minutes to me?
Yes, that's good. So we know to give you 4 minutes then.
All right, great. Dear Mayor Davis, Mayor Pro Tem Negrete, City Council members, Mr. Sloan and Mr. White, I just want to be clear right off the bat that I really support the CVRA, but I feel that Santa Monica is a different entity. So the last time that the City Council had the opportunity to discuss the CVRA lawsuit, was at the May 9th City Council meeting prior to when oral arguments on the case were heard at the California Supreme Court. Now the Supreme Court has issued its opinion. It is up to the council to decide what the city's next steps are. I urge the City Council to stay the course and allow the case to be reheard by the Court of Appeals. It is in the best interest of the city and its residents to allow the case to be reheard at the Court of Appeals. The City Council, the Supreme Court's opinion was highly nuanced in how a plaintiff would be required to prove vote dilution under the CVRA, and further asserted that a plaintiff must prove both racially polarized voting and vote dilution in order to prove a violation of the CVRA. The Supreme Court did not rule on the ultimate question of whether the city's at-large voting system is consistent with the CVRA, or declare the plaintiffs the victors, but rather took the opportunity to clarify some of the ambiguities of the law. The city didn't lose or win the case, and neither did the plaintiffs. It is up to the Santa Monica City Council to ensure that the totality of the facts and circumstances of the city's current at-large voting system are carefully examined by the Court of Appeal, as the Supreme Court remanded the case back to the same panel of appellate judges who issued their opinion in favor of the city in July of 2020. In defining how vote dilution must be proven, the Supreme Court also noted that protected class voters should not be made worse off by a potential remedy. If Santa Monica were forced to switch to by-district elections, Latino and Black Santa Monica voters would be made worse off. Further, if we wish to change the methods by which we elect our representatives, that decision should be made through an open public process and ratified by the voters. That's what our city charter says, and not through an opaque settlement decided in closed session behind closed doors. As we are a charter city, our form of government is for the citizens alone to decide by voting at the ballot box. Additionally, at this stage of the legal process for this case, the most fiscally responsible decision would be to stay the course and allow the case to be reheard at the Court of Appeals. If the council were to seek a potential settlement at this time, there could be a potential financial liability of millions, if not tens of millions of dollars, at a time when our city's fiscal health is still recovering. Any additional legal costs from continuing the case would be marginal compared to the costs that have already been incurred. And if the Court of Appeals initial ruling is any indication, the city may have a reasonable chance of potentially recovering at least some of the costs that we have incurred. So it's also important to note that in the CVRA, there's a one-way attorney fee provision, which means that the prevailing plaintiff party is entitled to fees and costs so long as the plaintiff is not the state or a political subdivision. There's no fee provision for prevailing defendants. Prevailing defendants do not recover costs unless the...
Thank you, Ms. Ferries. And on my list, I have Ms. Ferries a second time, and then Ms. Davis, who donated her time. So we are going to skip to Ms. Leslie. And Ms. Leslie, before you begin, I'm going to call a few more names, which I think will be the last few names. Joseph Pertel, John Medlin, and Debbie Mulvaney. Welcome, Ms. Leslie. Oops, let me turn there you go.
Good evening, City Council members. As many of you know, and those that don't know you, I'm here about diversity and inclusion. I speak to the City Council that is most diverse. You guys each represent a different part of our city. We're only 8 by 8. We're not big enough for our districts. We're not the city of Los Angeles. We're unique in our own specified way. You have spent many dollars to appeal this case. You have to see it through. To end the appeal now would be to not only disappoint, but not to serve your duty to the people that elected you here in your seats. You owe an obligation to each one of your, not districts, but each one of your people that supported you to see this through, because that's what we need. Our people are not a monolith. We live in different parts of this city. We're not all just in Pico neighborhood, as some of us are more economically challenged and some of us are a little bit more well off. We spread throughout the city. I take it upon you to charge you to look again at the demographics of our city and where everybody lives, because representation is important, but it's not just in all in one part of our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Leslie. Joseph Pertel.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Joe Pertel. I'm one of the co-counsel for a group of community organizations and individuals, including Nat Trivis, Tony Vasquez. We're hardly right-wing bomb throwers. We're all Democrats, in fact. What I'm here to say is I'm urging you to stay the course. The Supreme Court was asked whether they adopted plaintiffs' view of the case, which is they just need to show vote dilution. We argued that wasn't the position. It had to be both vote dilution and polarized voting. And they agreed with that, and they remanded it to the Court of Appeal, which is very significant if you know the history of this case, as opposed to returning it to the trial court. But here's the key takeaway. It's page 28. The Supreme Court is now going to require for us to go to the districts, you must show that it's going to improve the voting power of the groups in this action, which are Latino voters. And we know that that's not going to be the case. It's going to split. It's going to diminish the number of representatives in the Pico district by half, and it's going to diminish the balance of Latinos throughout the city. How do we know this? You don't even have to take my word. All you need to know is ask yourself, why was it that plaintiff's attorney tried so hard to keep out the voting results for the last several voting cycles? They tried so hard to exclude that evidence. The Supreme Court rejected that because that information is valuable for us to know. There may be other voting systems that we can discuss in the future at some later date, whether it's ranked choice voting or some other system. But for right now, I urge the council to stay the course. You are winning. The people are winning. And I ask you to continue the litigation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pertel. Mr. Medlin.
I love history. I used to get hundreds in history all through undergrad and whatever it is. What happened in 1948 in this city? We became an at-large voting system. Why? Why did the city of Santa Monica change right after the Second World War? What happened also in 1948? Truman integrated the military system. Why were we so fearful of having blacks taking power in the city of Santa Monica? Why did we change from the old system, city manager and districts in 1948? And why have we kept it? I've lived here 27 years. I read demographics, blah, blah, blah. Why are we continuing to keep power from the people? How much does it cost to run citywide? How much does it cost you? How much did you pay to run citywide? Multiple thousands and hundreds of thousands of dollars to run for this office. This is ridiculous. Make it possible for the little guy to run for office. I first saw this in 1998. Somebody tried to do this. It failed. Your wife and some other people, they've come forward and pushed this office. The guy, Schenkman's been running this thing for 7 or 8 years. He hasn't paid himself a penny on this, not a penny. We've paid over $10 million for our lawsuit. We are not wasting them. We are wasting our money. Give the power to the people. Return the power to the people. To the 18% who are Hispanics, to the 10% who are the Asians, to the 4% who are blacks, and the balance of what we're so-called white people. Give the power to the people. Save us some money so we can put it for the police to help the pier, to help Reedy Park, to help Tonga Park. Bring the power back to the people. Stop this system. Stop the repeal. Don't appeal anymore. Save us all some money and bring the power back to the people. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Medlin. Ms. Mulvaney.
Hi, my name is Debbie Mulvaney, and I'm a longstanding member of the Community for Excellent Public Schools and a longtime resident of Santa Monica. First and foremost, I support the CVRA. I'm here to ask you, though, to stay the course with the CVRA lawsuit and not to settle with the plaintiffs. The city and the amicus curiae asked the Supreme Court to establish the definition of vote dilution and racially polarized voting and to send it back to the appellate court for that purpose. And that's exactly what they did, despite the inaccurate description that has been written in our local press about what the Supreme Court's decision was. 20 years of election results show that there is no vote dilution in Santa Monica, nor is there racially polarized voting. Latino voters elect their choice of candidates disproportionately more than their percentage of the population. There is no way that having one vote will provide more influence than the current ability to influence 7 votes. When the appellate court reviews these facts, they will concur, and the city will prevail. It is now up to the plaintiffs to show how their recommended districting will increase Latino voter influence, and so far they have been unable to do so. Once the city wins the case, then the voters of Santa Monica can determine if there needs to be a change in the election methodology we use to vote for city council. But until the charter is amended by a vote of the people, you need to let the courts decide. It is fiscally irresponsible to negotiate a settlement when you will likely win this case. There is no reason to think that the city will not prevail, and therefore you should not settle. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mulvaney. And before we close it, James Wiggins.
Good evening, and I'm honored to be here. I feel that I'm a voice for many people that haven't had a chance in the past to have a voice. And when I was told what was taking place, I had immediately 2 thoughts that came to mind. One was victims and victims of crime. And the other was the statement that a victim might make. In my research, I found that in the aftermath of an act, a victim can be compensated and reimbursed for medical, mental health counseling, loss of wages, and other expenses. That speaks for itself because that is basically the foundation behind victims' compensation today. A victim's impact statement is given to detail what happened and the impact that a life or a group experienced. An impact statement can be hard not just for the victim, but for the victimizer. The statement helps others to understand the victim's perspective and the damages that were inflicted. The people involved in the legal actions, I assume this is their impact statement. It speaks for them because they can't speak at this point, because from my impact statement, I submit the words from the 1619 project. I borrowed them because
Thank you, sir. Your time is up. Thank you. All right, Ms. Newsom, by my view, that closes the public comment on item 2. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, then we will close public comment in connection with item 2 and move on to proclamations.
Item 4A, proclamation for Suicide Prevention Month.
Okay, Michelle. Let me fish out the proclamation here. Welcome. So whereas September is known globally as Suicide Prevention Month, and September 10th through September 16th is known nationally as Suicide Prevention Week, it is important to speak openly about mental health and the impacts of suicide to prioritize this issue, help remove stigma, and raise the visibility of the mental health and suicide prevention resources available in our community. And whereas suicidal thoughts can affect anyone, regardless of their age, gender, race, sexual orientation, income, or other characteristics. And whereas in the United States, suicide is the 12th leading cause of death, with over 45,000 deaths by suicide and an estimated 1.2 million suicide attempts each year. In California, suicide is the 14th leading cause of death, with over 4,000 deaths annually. And whereas over 90% of people who die by suicide have a diagnosable and treatable mental health condition that is often not recognized or treated, and suicide most often occurs when stressors exceed the coping abilities of someone struggling with their mental health. And whereas every suicide directly impacts up to 135 additional people, including family, friends, co-workers, neighbors, and community members who may need grief support and other coping resources. And whereas national organizations like the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention recognize suicide as a preventable public health issue, address disparities in access to mental health care for underserved and underrepresented groups, and fund suicide prevention research to support culturally informed and evidence-based mental health care. And whereas the City of Santa Monica recognizes that supporting ourselves and others, including prioritizing mental health and celebrating diverse paths towards recovery and healing, and encourages all community members to engage in suicide prevention education and support the mental wellness of everyone in our city. Now, therefore, I, Gleam Davis, the Mayor of Santa Monica, on behalf of all my colleagues on the City Council, do hereby proclaim September 2023 as National Suicide Prevention Month in the City of Santa Monica, and encourage all of our citizens to join in this observance. So I think we have a video, and also we have Beth Flax and Bridget McCarthy. Would you like to show the video first, or would you like to say a few words first?
Show the video.
All right, can we have the video, Ms. Newsom? Hi, this is Gleam Davis, Mayor of Santa Monica. I'm so proud this year that the City of Santa Monica is sponsoring and participating in the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention's 2023 Out of the Darkness Walk. It will begin here in Santa Monica at the world-famous Santa Monica Pier, and it's such a wonderful opportunity for the community to come together and support this work that saves lives on a daily basis.
Hi, my name's Bridget McCarthy from the American Foundation of Suicide Prevention, Los Angeles and Central Coast chapter. Friends, family members, neighbors and co-workers walk side by side, supporting each other in the memory of those we've lost. The grassroots work we do focuses on delivering vital prevention and education programs and fighting for changes in public policy at a state and national level. Now, more than ever, it's important to be there for one another and take steps to safeguard our mental health and prevent suicide.
Hi, my name is Kate Vogel, and I am a board member for the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention at the Los Angeles chapter. I'm also a songwriter. I walk out of the darkness because as somebody who has personally struggled with suicide since a very young age, I walk to show hope that you can still have a beautiful life and you deserve that, and also that healing is possible. And so I walk to give hope to those who are struggling and show that you deserve healing. Join me and DJ Crystal Method at the Santa Monica Pier on October 21st to walk out of the darkness.
Register today at afsp.org/LA Walk. Join us. Together we can save lives.
Hi, this is Gleam Davis, Mayor of Santa Monica. All right, I'm not sure which of you would like to speak first, but please go right ahead.
Thank you so much, Mayor Davis and City Council. Thank you so much for supporting the Out of the Darkness Walk this year. As you've gathered, my name is Bridget McCarthy. I lost my son, Riley Chart, to suicide in 2020, and Riley went to Samo High. So I'd also like to thank the Santa Monica Unified School District and Shuli Lotan in particular for their support and for spreading the word amongst students and getting to parents also. I'd also like to, thank Nicole and Ivy from the city of Santa Monica. And again, Mayor Davis, thank you so much for your time. And please join us at the Santa Monica Walk on October 21st. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mayor Davis and City Council. I am an AFSP board member for the last few years. I lost my mother and my stepmother to suicide within 2 weeks of each other 15 years ago. So this is a cause very close to my heart, and I'm very grateful for Santa Monica for having this proclamation, and I invite you all to focus on your mental health and join us for our walk if you're available. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and would you like a picture? We'll undo the proclamation here so you can see the pretty sign. Unfortunately, we have a table here, but
That's okay.
very fancy keeping.
Item 4B, proclamation for Hispanic Heritage Month.
All right. So whereas, as a seaside city, we value our diversity. We see our diversity as our strength, not as our weakness. And whereas, while we recognize that the indigenous languages of the Gabrielino Tongva and Chumash were first spoken for thousands of years on the land we occupy, the Spanish language followed before the English language became dominant. The built environment reminds us daily of the latter. This starts with the Spanish name of our city, dating back to 1839, with the original Mexican land grant name Rancho San Vicente y Santa Monica. This includes the names of our important and frequented streets like Pico Boulevard, San Vicente Boulevard, and Montana Avenue. And whereas Latinas and Latinos in general, and Mexican Americans in particular, represent valued citizens and residents of our city, past, present, and future, while we recognize that individuals of Mexican origin have deep roots in this land, representing the largest subgroup of Latinos and Latinas in the city and nation, we also recognize that Latinas and Latinos consist of a diverse group of people and cultures. From Guatemala to Nicaragua, from El Salvador to Costa Rica, from Chile to Peru, from Brazil to Argentina, and so on. Latinas and Latinos have worked, settled, and established roots in our city since its founding. And whereas Latinos and Latinas have worked, settled, and established roots in our city, they have also brought their labor power, cultures, and civic participation to our city. This includes their diverse languages from European to indigenous traditions, food, music, dances, and customs. From students at Santa Monica High School, Santa Monica College, and UCLA, to service workers, city employees, and entrepreneurs, Latinas and Latinos have enriched our city, past, present, and they certainly will in the future. Now, therefore, I, Gleam Davis, Mayor of the City of Santa Monica, on behalf of all the members of the Santa Monica City Council, do hereby take great pleasure in proclaiming September 15th, 2023 to October 15th, 2023 as Hispanic Heritage Month in the City of Santa Monica, and I encourage all of our citizens and residents to join in this observance. And now I believe we have Professor Edgar Gonzalez, who's going to say a few words.
Thank you, James. I'm actually not a professor. The Dr. Huerta, I want to apologize on his behalf. He couldn't make it, so I'm representing for him. I actually work at Santa Monica High School, so go Samo. And I came with a teacher from Santa Monica High School too, who's been teaching there for about 20 years. Also, Ms. De La Rosa, she's been there over 30 years in the district, and Santa Monica High School students. I just want to say thank you, Mayor Davis, and thank you, City Council members. And if, with your permission, I would allow if they can give a few words.
Absolutely.
All right, what this means for them. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll be brief. My name is Dr. Guadalupe Mireles Tumayan. I teach in Santa Monica High School. I teach Spanish. And I'm also an advisor for most of the Latino clubs at the school. And my students are eager and happy to give you a few words and share with you why it's so important, this proclamation for them. They are excited. They have embraced their culture. They love their roots. And I will let them share with you guys why today is such an important moment. Thank you very much for your time.
Hello, my name is Sandra Nicole Molina. I'm the Vice President of the Legado Latina Club. Hispanic Heritage Month is important for us because it shows our backgrounds, and we would like to share our culture and presence with the city. We would like to prove that we have a voice and we can support each other as a community.
Hello, my name is Agustin Garcia. I'm currently the president of Latinos Unidos. First of all, I just want to say thank you for your time. Thank you for everything you've been doing here. Hispanic Heritage Month is really important to us because it gives us time to embrace and share our cultural practices with people from Santa Monica. I'm currently a 10th grader at Santa Monica High School, and it would mean a lot if we could just get your help and support for this month. You know, it means a lot. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jasmine Velasquez. I'm an alumni at Santa Monica High School. I wanted to thank Council for taking the time to discuss a month to celebrate Latinx heritage. I believe this month is really important for the Latino community to feel acknowledged in our heritage, in our culture, and especially our voices. I feel like this month will really help us feel seen, supported, fully backed, and most importantly, validated by our current representatives in the city of Santa Monica. Nuestros profesores y maestros en la escuela, latinas, hasta los policías y pues los integrantes de el condado. Creo que todos tenemos que ser validados y creo que este mes va a ayudar mucho. Muchas gracias.
Hola, mi nombre es Vicente Martín. I am a Samuel High alumni, and I was past president of the Comité de Legado Latino. I just wanted to share that en nuestras clases de español, los aspectos más importantes que aprendimos sobre nuestras culturas eran nuestros productos, prácticas y perspectivas. That is to say, the most important parts of our culture are what we make, what we do, and what we think. I know Legado Latino goes to great lengths to organize huge events to celebrate those aspects of our culture, like the holidays such as la Mes de la Herencia Hispana and Dia de los Muertos. We do this or they do that now, I'm not part of it anymore, so that we as youth and the Latinos feel that our presence is recognized and so that we can celebrate and share our culture with our community. All for the purpose to show that Latinos, especially the youth, that we are here and we deserve to be seen on an equal level as everyone else, to validate our presence and further create unity within our community. Como Latinos somos afortunados vivir en los Estados Unidos. Tenemos dos culturas que nos hacen más fuertes, dos alas que juntos, combinados, nos dejan volar más fuerte y más distancia que antes posible. Muchas gracias.
So let me give you the fancy proclamation holder we have here.
Thank you very much.
Item 4C, commendations for Etta Suh and Gary Rhodes.
All right. Let's see, let me make sure I've got the right ones. Nope, I don't. Let me make. All right, we're going to start with Gary Rhodes. Whereas since completing his education at the University of Missouri and the University of California Davis School of Law, and then after over a decade of fair housing work as an attorney in the nonprofit world, Gary Rhodes has spent 17 years of his career in the Santa Monica City Attorney's Office, protecting and defending the interests of the city and its tenants and consumers. And whereas Gary Rhodes' compellingly written briefs, down-to-earth speaking style, and creativity have resulted in numerous litigation successes, including judgments, injunctions, and trial victories in favor of the city and its laws protecting tenants, especially for tenants with disabilities and families with children. And whereas in the course of that litigation work, Gary Rhodes has been the city's lead attorney in several impactful cases, including Action Apartment Association versus City of Santa Monica, defeating a challenge to measure RR's warning notice requirement for landlords, and Apartment Association of Greater Los Angeles versus City of Santa Monica, defeating a challenge to the city's prohibition against voucher discrimination. And whereas Gary Rhodes' advisory work has included assisting with the research and drafting of several groundbreaking laws, including the following: one of the state's first prohibitions against housing discrimination based on rental vouchers and other forms of rental assistance, Measure RR, which requires warning notices from landlords before certain types of evictions, an ordinance protecting families with students and teachers from evictions during the school year, and one of the state's first emergency orders limiting evictions during the COVID-19 pandemic. And whereas Gary Rhodes has helped spearhead for the city several unique and successful housing rights projects, including Right to Counsel for Tenants, Right to Return, and Fair Housing Awareness, and he is recognized statewide as a leader in the fight against housing discrimination and has published numerous articles on the topic and has been a guest speaker at fair housing conferences here and throughout the state. And whereas Gary Rhodes' creativity, drive, and leadership have helped keep Santa Monica at the forefront of housing rights and consumer rights, for which the members of the City Attorney's Office and its client, the city, are ever grateful. Now, therefore, I, Gleam Davis, Mayor of the City of Santa Monica, on behalf of all the members of the City Council, do hereby take great pleasure in commending Gary Rhodes for his years of dedicated service and loyalty to the citizens of Santa Monica, and to extend our very best wishes for a happy and rewarding retirement. Before I let you say a few words, Gary, I'm going to turn it over to our city attorney, who I think... Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Then I'm going to go to Edda's, and then we'll have you speak, and then we'll even let you two say final farewells. All right, so I'm going to turn now to Etta Suh. Whereas, since completing her education at Williams College and the University of California, Los Angeles School of Law, and then after 4 years as a public defender and 2 years as a civil litigator, Etta Suh has spent the last 24 years of her legal career in the City Attorney's Office, dedicated to protecting and defending the interests of the city, its tenants, and residents. And whereas Etta Suh has demonstrated her willingness to contribute to the City Attorney's Office in multiple capacities, having served as a Deputy City Attorney in the Consumer Protection Unit, the Municipal Division, Code Enforcement Unit, and then back to the Consumer Protection Unit as its chief. And whereas when the COVID-19 and economic shutdowns created the worst housing crisis in Santa Monica's history, Etta Suh, as the chief of the Consumer Protection Unit, led the unit's and the office's efforts to keep the city's tenants housed throughout emergency eviction protection ordinances, through emergency protection orders, in-person clinics to help tenants and landlords apply for state rental assistance, and by hosting multiple outreach workshops to provide up-to-date information about the city's emergency eviction protections. And whereas Etta Suh's litigation successes have included numerous affirmative litigation lawsuits filed on behalf of the city and the people of the state of California, including lawsuits against MyLife.com, Beachbody, and Neurobrands, among others, to stop businesses from financially harming the city's residents and consumers. And whereas Etta Suh, as a code enforcement prosecutor, has greatly helped Santa Monica by prosecuting a myriad of offenses that impact the daily lives of residents. Etta Suh's code enforcement cases include defending the city's right to enforce its rules, to maintain clear access ways on the pier, resolving a public nuisance abatement action against a national fast food restaurant, wherein the restaurant agreed to make operational changes for a 3-year monitoring period, and making the city one of the first in the state and nation to successfully enforce its laws against shared mobility device operators, even before people knew what shared mobility devices were. And whereas Edison's judgment, wisdom, and leadership have brought out the best in her colleagues, for which the members of the City Attorney's Office and its client, the city, owe her a debt of gratitude that cannot be repaid. Now, therefore, I, Gleam Davis, Mayor of the City of Santa Monica, on behalf of the members of the City Council, do hereby take great pleasure in commending Edisa for her years of dedicated service and loyalty to the citizens of Santa Monica, and extend our very best wishes for a happy and rewarding retirement. And now I will turn it over to our city attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I can't add much to that, but these commendations are really fairly rare, but well-deserved here. They have done extraordinary work for the city of Santa Monica for an entire generation. They have helped consumers and tenants in ways that will stick forever. They've set a very high bar for their successors. One thing that wasn't mentioned, they've brought in millions of dollars to help to pay for the work that that unit does too, that will last well beyond the time that they are here. They've been wonderful people to work with. As you can tell, most of our office is here to witness this and be supportive. They've been wonderful to work with. They'll be missed a lot, and we wish them the best in the next phase of their lives. Thank you.
Make sure I don't get the commendations mixed up.
It has been a true honor and privilege for me to be a public servant here in Santa Monica. I see that, as always, the community here is engaged, and all I can say is thank you so much, and we leave you in good hands. Thank you.
I want to first thank Etta, who took over as chief just a couple of months before the pandemic hit, and her work inspired me to keep going, and I know she inspired our teammates to keep going during that difficult time, facing the worst housing crisis our city has ever faced. I want to thank you all for being such great supporters of housing rights, and it's been an honor to work for the city attorney's office and for the city as a whole. Thank you for everything.
Point five. Maybe go back and do.
Your customized proclamation holders. Where did Etta go? Can you pen? I just slipped out without hers. Okay.
Here, can you pass this to Ed?
Oh, yeah, definitely. All right.
All right. I believe that takes us now to item 3, closed session. Is that correct?
That is correct. We have 3 closed session items. Item 3A, labor item concerning the city clerk. Item
You know what? I think my agenda is wrong. I think we were going to do the city manager's report now. Do we need a motion to do that if the agenda has it, or?
That's not required. It's,
Okay, all right. Then I think we're going to do the city manager's report. I apologize. It still has it down here after closed session.
No problem. Good evening. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council. So under City Manager Report today, we're going to have two presentations for you. One is going to be on our income verified e-bike voucher program by our Office of Sustainability and the Environment, and an update on public safety by our Police Chief Ramon Batista. But before I get there, I do want to mention a few things, and I do have some wonderful late breaking news to share with all of you in the community as well. First of all, I want to start off and acknowledge what an amazing weekend we had this past weekend. There was the Open Main Street Festival, the Santa Monica Classic 5K and 10K run, the Santa Monica Classic car show on the pier, the final Endless Summer Camp concert in Tongva Park, and Americana in the park at Gandara Park. I certainly had a tremendous time. There was wonderful energy out there, and I hope all of you were able to attend some of the events. There are a few more upcoming events that I want to make sure everyone is aware of and hopefully can participate in. This Sunday, September 17th, is the annual Ethiopian Day celebration at Virginia Avenue Park from 2 to 7 p.m. Being a wonderful opportunity to enjoy an afternoon of music, food, traditional coffee, and more. And I do want to warn everyone, do not eat lunch before you attend. There is lots of wonderful food. Americana in the Park continues throughout the month of September with a concert in Gandara Park every Sunday from 4 to 7 p.m. And as you heard in the proclamations this evening, September 15th to October 15th is Latina Heritage Month. The library is hosting a number of wonderful events celebrating Latino and Latina culture throughout the month. Please check out smpl.org for more information. Also, the city is seeking input from community members for our citywide equity plan. There will be a kickoff event for the plan on Saturday, September 23rd from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. that can be attended in person or virtually. It will feature an information session for community members and organizations interested in applying for the Community Listening Grant Program, as well as a panel discussion featuring people of diverse backgrounds who will speak about the challenges they face because of their identities. And you can find out more information on the event at santamonica.gov, and I hope to see everyone there. And before I turn it over, here's the late breaking news. I am delighted to announce that the legislature has passed Assembly Bill 1620, authored by our Assembly member Rick Zabur. This bill empowers cities like ours, which have implemented rent control, to provide tenants residing on upper floors with permanent physical disabilities limiting their mobility the option to relocate to an available ground level unit when one becomes vacant. Importantly, this relocation will occur under the same rental rate and terms as their current unit. The city proudly served as co-sponsor of this important bill and extends our heartfelt appreciation to Assemblymember Zabur for championing this critical legislation that will allow our residents to remain housed in Santa Monica in their same buildings surrounded by their same neighbors. This bill will now be sent to the governor's desk for consideration, who has until October 14th to decide whether to sign it into law. I want to thank our Sacramento lobbyist, Sylvia Solis-Shaw, who has tirelessly advocated on our behalf for the passage of this legislation. She will be drafting a letter for the mayor to send to Governor Newsom requesting that he sign AB 1620, and certainly we encourage all concerned residents to send letters to the governor urging him to sign this important bill into law. So thank you very much, and I now will turn it over to our Office of Sustainability and the Environment, and then following them will be our Police Chief Ramon Batista.
Good evening, Mayor, Council members. My name is Ariana Vito. I am a Senior Sustainability Analyst in the Office of Sustainability and the Environment. And here today to talk about, or just to give a quick update on what we've been working on for a low-income or income-verified e-bike voucher program. So this is, and to introduce the staff from my team that have been working on this, Peter Rockmore and Elias Platt-Romeo. They've been working on following the grant funding that this is tied to and developing a program that we hope to implement early next year. So I'll give some more information on the specific requests. So this is in response to the July Council or agenda item requesting an update on an e-bike point of sale subsidy utilizing the Department of Energy block grant funding that's become available. And so I'll go over some of our recommendations tied to the income qualification thresholds, the subsidy level and number of vouchers that we expect that we'll be able to offer through the allotted funding. And the funding itself from the DOE, it's designed to assist states and local governments in implementing strategies to reduce energy use and fossil fuel emissions. And Santa Monica has been allotted about $158,000 through the program. It's non-competitive funding, so we're not competing with other jurisdictions. It's mostly tied to population, but we do have to formally submit an application and stating how we intend to use the funds. And we were actually looking at developing a program like this before the request even came to us, because we'd looked at a number of other similar programs throughout the country that have been developed, and really recognize the environmental, health, and local economic benefits that can be tied to increasing access to e-bikes, specifically for low-income residents. So for the income qualification thresholds, we're recommending they be tied to previous enrollment in one or more of the low-income assistance programs listed here. So, for example, CARE, FARA, SNAP, or to meet the HUD definition of low income at 80% area median income. And this 80% area median income is the threshold that's being used currently for the community garden low income verification. We're recommending a subsidy of up to $2,000 per voucher to fully cover the cost of the e-bike and also eligible accessories like the helmet, lights, and a good quality lock to prevent theft. And we anticipate that we can cover about 75 vouchers through this, possibly more if the full amount isn't utilized by each recipient. So our tentative timeline, we've been working on the application, and that just has to be submitted by the end of the year, but we anticipate that we can actually submit it within the next couple of weeks. We've drafted a request for proposals that we can release this month as well to select e-bike vendors as partners to help administer the program. And then while that RFP process goes through, we can work on community outreach campaign. We expect that we'll actually have the funds by early next year and be able to open the first of what we anticipate to be 3 lottery rounds, so 1 per month, where we would award about 25 vouchers. And then the recipients of the vouchers would be identified by the city, and they would work with the participating e-bike vendors to select their bikes. And then that would probably go through April, and we can assess how the pilot went in the fall. I should also note that we already are offering rebates for e-bikes through our Electrify Santa Monica rebate program, which includes other rebates like EV chargers and home electrification appliances, but it's for a much smaller amount. It's for $300, and anyone in the city is eligible. So it's different from this program in that this is really specifically targeted to low-income residents and is intended to cover the full cost so that there's no upfront out-of-pocket expense. Just some community outreach points. So we'll be leveraging existing relationships with community organizations, many of whom we've already spoken to, like Santa Monica Spoke and CHASM Climate Action Santa Monica. And then we'll engage some of the neighborhood associations once the program is rolled out to make sure folks are aware of it. Also provide information and education on e-bikes and rules of the road. And then we'll work with some of the other city departments who've already engaged with low and moderate income residents to conduct more direct outreach to qualifying residents. And then, of course, publicize through social media and our newsletters. Here are some examples of existing e-bike programs. So there's one in Pasadena, San Diego. Denver's is really what we've looked closely at because it's most similar to what we're thinking of, with it being a point of sale rebate. And they offer up to $1,200 for low-income residents. And then there's also a pending state incentive program. It hasn't officially launched yet. It says it's going to launch sometime this fall, but that'll also be a point of sale voucher of up to $1,000 for e-bikes. And that's sponsored by the California Air Resources Board. So in summary, plan to use this funding to provide point of sale vouchers. This supports a couple of goals from our climate action adaptation plan, specifically related to emissions reductions and also promoting active transportation. Also helps stimulate local economy through partnerships with local e-bike shops. It's really centered on equity through our income verification requirement and no upfront cost to residents, and there's no direct cost to the city. And that's all.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? Councilmember Zwick.
The pending state program you mentioned, how does that work? Would it be sort of an either or with the local program or additive or what?
I think technically it could be stacked, but our program is designed really to cover the full cost. So I guess if needed, they could take advantage of ours and then supplement, but we're not exactly sure when that's going to roll out, and I think our program will probably go pretty quickly. So potentially, that can be an option if folks are not selected through the lottery system.
Thank you.
All right, seeing no one else in the queue, thank you very much. We appreciate the information.
Sure, thank you.
I believe we're having the chief now, is that correct?
Yes, now I will love to have Police Chief Batista come on up.
Good evening, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, council, staff, and Santa Monica. This is a council update on status of our crime stats at the Santa Monica Police Department, City of Santa Monica. It takes us all the way to about the end of August. And I wanted to say that it genuinely takes a village at our department to put these stats together, because while we are generating so much data and information, we have reams of information. We find that it is segmented and put into different places. And so it takes our analysts a lot of time to grab Excel spreadsheets, clean the data, and then produce the nice graphics you're about to see. In the future, we should all have the accessibility and ability to look at this information at our fingertips through a dashboard. And so that's the goal, and that's where we're headed. So without further ado, but let me just say my thanks to Maisha Morrison, Erica Clufy, Natalia Gerber, Lisa Deckers, and very recently Lieutenant Roberto Villegas for providing me the information that we have in front of us. So this is a look at our city with respect to our beats. I think by now everyone's familiar. Beat 1 is what we call the Hat. It's downtown and our beach area. Beat 2 is the southern portion of our city. Beat 3 is Midtown. Of course, Beat 4 is the northern beat, north of Wilshire. In this presentation, we'll cover our calls for service, the priorities, the response time, how long it takes us to get to the emergency calls. I'll do a quick update on homelessness and encampment calls. We'll look at the arrest data and compare it to 2022 and where we're at in 2023. Again, we'll look at Part 1 crime and Part 2 crime with our 2023 crime stats. I'll give you some information about what our directed action response team has been doing. That team is funded, I think, as everyone knows, with Measure Clean and Safe funds, and they are doing terrific. Our help team, as always, an amazing group of officers that are doing terrific work out there. I wanted to touch on the fact that within every beat, we've got neighborhood resource officers, we've got beat officers, we've got public safety officers covering the parks. We've got community service officers that respond to traffic accidents and crime calls to your home to take very detailed police reports. And of course, we have our traffic services officers that work literally 7 days a week and around the clock. We've got traffic service officers that work late into the night, making sure that our streets are clear and that our parking, our sweepers have the ability to do their work in the morning. So terrific work by all of them. In this slide, what we're noticing right off the bat is that in comparison to 2022, and again, the time frame is from January to late August 2023, In comparison to that direct same time frame in 2022, we are seeing about 5,300 fewer reported 911 calls. And so that is a decline of about 7.5%. Now, if I can draw your attention to the 5-year history, what we see there to the right under the Santa Monica patch is that in a 5-year history, our officers, this is where there's self-initiated activity, and you can see that in the 5-year history, there was a high of 30% of all calls were generated by the officers. Right now, we're at 24%. That's essentially the breakdown of the officers' self-generated activity and those calls that are generated through 911 or through the non-emergency number. Go ahead. No. Okay. In this slide, it's essentially a breakdown of our housed and unhoused calls. And what I think is interesting about this slide is just the fact that over the years, the consistency between, about 80 to 82% of the calls are coming from our housed population, and consistently 18 to 20% are coming from the unhoused. What is also of note here is that over the course of the last year, the last 8 months, we've seen a decline in the number of encampment calls by about 11.5%, which is significant. The numbers, just so you'll know, is roughly just under 1,100 encampment calls this year in comparison to 2022, where we had slightly over 1,200. In this slide, we're just looking at the call priorities and where they lie with respect to the number of calls. And I'll briefly describe again that a priority 0 is any life-threatening crime that's occurring right at the moment when we receive the call. A priority 1 call could be anything like an open 911 open line, a burglary that is occurring right at the moment, a bomb threat, for example, is also one. A priority 2 would be burglar alarm, drunk driver, suspicious activity. It's essentially where something is occurring, but there's a slight time delay. And on 3, we're talking about municipal code violations. So things such as disturbing the peace, panhandling, encampment, urinating in public. These are also our periodic checks where we go and check on a business or check on a residence. They fall under priority 3. And lastly, priority 4 are our parking violations and any reports that occur after the fact. And just so you know the breakdown, for example, so 1% of the total calls that we've received are priority 0s, 13% priority 1, 25% priority 2, 32% priority 3, and 29% priority 4. So you see that the lion's share of the work that we do lies in priorities 2 through 4. This is just a quick snapshot of our call response times from 2022 to 2023. You can see in the priority 0s that we just missed the mark. I mean, we're talking about fractions of a second in being able to stay up to speed with our response times in comparison to last year. The highlighted portions are areas where we were able to improve, again, by fraction of a second in some cases, but notably in priority 3s by several minutes. We declined in priority 4s, again, by several minutes. This is where I'd like to point out the number of arrests that we've had this year so far. There's an increase of about 32.5% over last year. And I wanted to point out that last year, at the same time frame, we were ahead of the prior year. And in the graphic that is immediately next to that, we see the breakdown of who is getting arrested. And this again is interesting because it's ranged between 62 and 68% for the unhoused, and it's really not moved much between 32 and 38% for those that are housed. And those that are housed, we're talking about everybody at large. Because I think what is interesting about Santa Monica is that I think last year we affected about 2,400 arrests. And out of those 2,400 arrests, only 180 of those were housed Santa Monica residents. And I think that's important because I got to tell you that in the last 2 years that I've been here, the things that I see about our residents is that they're not engaged in outrageous criminal behavior. You know, they're the subjects of domestic calls, disturbing the peace incidents, traffic accidents, some DUIs, but by and large, not violent crime. Here we see that Part 1 crime has increased over this same time frame, comparison to 2022, by 5%. What is captivating to me is that we are at about pre-pandemic levels with only about 7 incidents above above 2019. It's 149 crimes that we're looking at, and so in the course of weeks, it is about 4 incidents per week since the beginning of January that we've seen an increase. That's an average. What I noted is that in the first quarter of the year, I was alarmed because we were seeing about a 15% increase. But since that time, it has leveled off, and so now we're sitting at about a 5% increase in Part 1 crime. When Part 1 crime, really, we'll get into it here in detail, but it involves the more serious crimes and a lot of burglaries and larcenies, thievery in general. And here they are. The first thing that I want to clarify is that at the far right column under 2023, you see that we have listed 2 murders, 2 homicides. That is inaccurate. The way that our statistics are categorized, we had a case of an attempted homicide, and so we're going to carry it as an attempted homicide and as a murder all the way through the end of the year. Of course, if the person loses their life, then it will count against us as a homicide at the end of the year. But by the time we get to the end of the year, and I keep my fingers crossed, that we will only have had 1. And the one incident that we had, as everyone probably remembers, 6 or so weeks ago, we had an incident that occurred on Oceanfront Walk in an altercation between 2 subjects. What caught my attention out of these stats was that I noticed that sexual assault, robbery, burglary, and as I mentioned earlier, the majority of the larceny property crimes were up. And I think that is where we find the increase in 149 crimes. Notably, the things that I noticed was down: aggravated assaults, stolen cars were down, and stolen bicycles. Part 2 crime is up 10% over the previous year, and it amounts to about 210 crimes. And here, what I'm finding that is up is simple assaults, fraud, and let me make note of these cases: narcotics possession, DUI, public intoxication, and vagrancy. That, in my estimation, is directly related to the work that is occurring by the officers on-site proactive work. We have really stressed the importance of not allowing the use of narcotics, of drugs, out in the open space in our city. And we continue to obviously address that. And you can see in the changes of the statistics, for example, in 2021, we had 93 incidents. In 2022, 115, and that jumps up to 182 in 2023. And frankly, that is in response to what we were seeing on the streets and the reports that we were getting from our residents about what was occurring in the parks and what was occurring in alleyways and in their neighborhoods, and certainly in the downtown area. This is a graph of Part 1 crime in the downtown area. And the highlighted area is the promenade. And so I can tell you that the yellow line is 2023, the blue line is 2022. We had a decrease in the total number of Part 1 crimes this year in comparison to last year up to this date. We had 365 Part 1 crimes this year and 385 crimes last year. This is a picture of two of our traffic service officers on bicycles. They were telling me that they're really effective and they liked riding them, so I used the picture. This is Part 2 crime, and here we see that we've had another reduction. In 2023, we had 200 so far. We've had 204 Part 2 crimes on the promenade area, and last year we had 243. The reason why I wanted to show you these numbers, and specifically to the promenade, is because DTSM has the ability to look at their foot traffic on the promenade, and they get a monthly report. And so the numbers on the promenade, really, they fluctuate between nearly 250,000 all the way up to nearly 550,000 people per month. And so with that number of people, these are the amounts of Part 1 crime that we're experiencing in the downtown area. And I tell you that the work between our DTSM business owners and the downtown services officers, the DART team, the public service officers, that is part and parcel to the success that we're seeing on the promenade. And by no means does that mean that this is over or that we've got total control of it, because every single one of these incidents was a victim or somebody that was victimized in some sort of way. And to me, none of it is acceptable. And that's why we continue to focus on it to this day. This is a look at the DART team. And I got to tell you that they're just amazing. It's the best way to describe them. It is this originally a task force team that was put together that involved the police department, code enforcement, the fire department, the city attorney's office, public works, just doing tremendous, tremendous work. And now they're called the Directed Action Response Team. The funding for the DART team comes directly from Measure Clean and Safe. As you can see from the numbers, they are incredibly successful. They are addressing homelessness encampments on the entirety of the beach, under the pier, in Palisades Park, in downtown. And those homelessness encampments addressed, that is a combination of them giving a warning, that is a combination of them working hand in hand with Public Works to have some pretty large encampments removed. The help team works with them as well. They have been incredibly successful. And so let me tell you who they are. Right now they're being led by Lieutenant Jerry Leyva, but prior to that they were led by Lieutenant Bob DeAndrea. Right now, under the direction of Sergeant Doug Woodhams, that is Carlos Madrid, Mighty B. Hernandez, that is Danny Melendez, but there's Miguel Toloza, Stephen Hollowell, and the code enforcement officers, which that started with Sharon Guidry, now under the direction of Dan Mick. We have Armando Rangel, Sidney Blanco, Luis Garcia, Elisa Hall, and our fire chief, interim fire chief, who's now back, Wolfgang Kanabi, who helped get this team off the ground, is now back with us. And so the fire department continues to work with us. Again, this team really, when you're talking about the results of Measure Clean and Safe and the effect and the impact that we're having in that downtown area, right down the ability to use clean and safe funds to allow for the DART team to continue to work is definitely paying off. They're a tremendous, tremendous team. The help team. Again, here I want to really highlight the 311 requests that they address, the number of calls for service that they've received, and the ones that they've self-initiated. Nearly half of their work was started on their own. They've addressed 260 encampments. And as I've mentioned before about the help team, they have very low misdemeanor and felony arrests. and very low citations for the number of contacts that they have, but that's not why they're out there. They're out there for that bigger number to the far left. Over 1,100 referrals to our partners in social services, and 92 referrals to the Department of Mental Health, evaluations and some holds. That is the bulk of their work. That is a picture of Michelle Reese down there helping somebody. It is an amazing team, and that's led by Sergeant Carlos Hyen. On the team is Alex Bullock, Brandon Capiro, Jens Jeters, Kevin Kobayashi, Michelle Reese, I just mentioned, Steve Romero, and Daryl Samuel. They work hand in hand with Mariposa Landscaping, our Public Works, and of course our partners in Community Services to do tremendous, tremendous work with our unhoused. And normally I don't mention the captain that oversees a division like this, but Captain Tom McLaughlin is so engaged and committed to helping the help team and working with our social service providers to ensure that we have this continued success in our downtown, that he definitely deserves kudos and a mention for the work that he's doing with the help team. So in summary, I'll tell you, Part 1 crimes are up 5%, and as my boss told me today, any number that goes up is not anything I want to look at, and so I apologize for that, but that's where we're at. And Part 2 crime up 10%, our arrests are up over 32%. Overall, our calls are down 7.5%. And as I mentioned earlier, over 5,000 calls. And I'll address this because I think it'll come up. And that is that in some conversations that I've had with residents, I've been told that perhaps it is because residents aren't calling anymore. And that is certainly a statistic or a calculation that I would look at if I was looking at just maybe a handful of calls or several hundred calls. But in this case, we're looking at over 5,000 calls fewer than last year. And I think that is part and parcel to the response from the officers and the work that they're doing, and their effectiveness, and the fact that in my conversations with ambassadors, my conversations with service providers, I go on ride-alongs with them, they are in some corners of the city seeing less activity. And I think that is part and parcel to what we're seeing with the encampment calls being down 11.5% from last year. The impact of the Downtown Services Unit, the help team, the DART team, I believe is effective, and it's impacting these statistics. But it is really everybody. It is the patrol officers that I mentioned that are working those beats. It is the professional staff, our PSOs are doing amazing work in the parks. Since about June or so, the PSOs started working the area of Reed Park. And in looking at the calls for service, the number of calls that have come into Reed Park since that time have decreased dramatically. And at the same time that I look at their number of self-generated calls that they started, went up. So it is that work in that area that is making an impact. Inevitably, we find ourselves then going to Palisades Park or Tonga Park, but the work is just going to continue, and we're not ever going to stop. I'll tell you that in closing, it is really, really important to us that you continue to call 911 for an emergency or use the non-emergency number at 310-458-8491 for non-emergencies. And here's something that I think is important, is that the 311 system for us, for the police department, is genuinely working. In my conversations with the residents, they have told me repeatedly, hey, that 311 is really working, because like within a day or two at the most, the police department's coming by, or the public works folks are coming by, and the things are getting picked up. And so I encourage everyone to use 311 for encampments, for parking problems, animal control, community affairs, and certainly traffic issues. Lastly, follow us on Instagram and Facebook. You notice I didn't mention Twitter, X, or whatever it might be today, and I didn't mention Nextdoor. So I want to say thank you. I want to say thank you to the council. I want to say thank you to my boss, the manager, because in my nearly 2 years that I've been here, it's just so close, there hasn't been one time where I made a proposal or made a suggestion or came to the dais or spoke to you one-on-one that I didn't have your support in order to further and advance the mission of public safety in our city. I think that by now everyone knows how important our residents' safety, our business owners' safety, and our tourists' safety is to myself and to our officers in the way that they respond to the need of providing public safety in our city. So with that, I just want to say thanks again to our officers, our PSOs, our TSOs, our harbor officers who work 24/7 around the clock, around a year. There's always 2 of them out there, no matter. And of course, our professional staff. They're amazing. And so with that, I'll take your questions. Thank you.
All right, do we have any questions?
Mayor, if I may,
Oh,
he
of
can't,
course.
he can't thank himself, so I'll take the privilege of thanking our police chief, who in the almost 2 years that we've worked together has done a tremendous job of really immersing himself in the community, immersing himself in the organization, and developing an array of responses and approaches that, you know, produce the type of results that you see this evening. And it goes without saying, we have an absolutely tremendous police department, and the entire council's support for us advancing the police department is noted and appreciated. And again, I just want to personally thank the police chief for all that he's doing for the organization and for the community. We appreciate you very much. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we do have some folks in the queue. Mayor Pro Tem Negrete.
Thank you for that report. Some of those numbers were going in the right direction, so that's always good to see. And the self-initiated calls are always a plus and might be making up for some of those reduction in resident calls. My question to you is, well, I have 2 questions. One, what can we continue to do as a council? And then also as a response to the recent meeting that we, some of us attended at 1212, where all the businesses came out, what can we do? Because a lot of what we are all dealing with, our hands are tied, right? There's county, there's state, there's federal laws that supersede the City Council of Santa Monica. And although very frustrating, as a business owner myself and having to deal with, you know, more theft and robbery than I ever have in the past, and also seeing just what happened on Montana this past weekend, it can be very frustrating, and people look to their council leadership at the city and our police department here. I know, being behind the scenes, if you will, seeing how the sausage is made, that we are doing the best that we can. But I do want to ask, what is the best form? Because people ask, and I want to hear it from you as our chief of police, like, how can we support you, and how can business owners and residents continue to support the work that you're doing? And do you have a message for us to kind of understand where the perception and or the reality of what we're seeing on the streets versus these numbers?
Yeah, you know, quite complicated, right? There have been very recent articles that were written about the perception of crime, about where are we today? Is it really that we're experiencing this spike in violent crime, or is it that the availability of the information is so ubiquitous that anyone can see what's occurring at a moment's notice? I think that anytime you have crime that's reported, for example, reporting pretty low numbers for what we saw on the promenade, but any one of those incidents can get literally national attention. And so the fact that that information can move about so quickly is what keeps us on our toes and making sure that we're always on top of it. With respect to, I wanted to very quickly address the crimes that we had on Montana. Middle of the night, 3 people decide to break into, I think, 3 different businesses back to back to back. We've got their picture, and now we're actively looking for somebody, and that's a start. I feel fortunate as a community in that our city has not experienced the kind of mob flash robberies that we've had in other parts of LA County. I would say that a component of that is the work of the officers in the Downtown Services Unit, the work of Lieutenant Leyva in ensuring that we are in every hotspot, in every area where we believe that we could be robbed in that fashion, in trying to ensure that we have a high presence in those areas. With respect to what can you do as a council, I'll tell you that what you do day in and day out, in that you attend our ceremonies, that you say hi to the police officers, that you show encouragement and support, all go towards their feeling that they're able to go out there and do the work. And that, I tell you, goes a long, long way, because they're not just feeling it from you as our community leaders, but that is then echoed within the community. There are very few places that I've been, if any, where there is any feeling that we don't need to have officers there in the area. Everybody is supportive and wants them there. And with respect to the things and the work that we're doing surrounding addressing the issues of crime and disorder in downtown, especially the ones that involve our business owners, is that we are getting connected with them, with their business managers, to ensure that even if there is something that is a hiccup or a problem with how the call was handled, that we are immediately on top of that to determine how we can best address it, and looking proactively. So, for example, I believe that pickleball on the promenade is going to be amazing, because I think it gives our city the opportunity to have our residents come into downtown and do something that's fun and that people love to do. Now, our mission in that space is to make sure that their visit goes smoothly, right? I don't want to have a situation where they come and their car is broken into in the parking garage, or that they come on the promenade and don't have a good experience. I want our folks to look at the promenade as a place to be able to come to and to be able to enjoy and have a good time. And so we proactively reached out to that new business, which, by the way, was bottom of the fold, front page news for the LA Times on Sunday. Great coverage, because it's important. And I think that we have to be connected and engaged and in that space to meet the moment and meet the needs of our business owners so they can be successful.
And that was great, because Lieutenant Leyva connected me with him as well, and I'm excited to participate in pickleball. My last question is one that comes up often and has been since the train has come into Santa Monica. In recent conversations and meetings from City Manager's office and your office as well, Metro has seen some new leadership and some pretty big changes. Is there data that really directs any crime that happens in the city to the train? And then second to that is, have you seen changes in terms of behavior on the train? I know it is not our jurisdiction, and I want to make that clear. The sheriff, the LA County Sheriff is in charge of the train platform, but I know that I went out for a series of maybe 5 to 6 weeks with one of your officers just to see what was happening on the train and around the platform as people exit the train, and there was definitely a very light presence, if you will, if any at all, of LA County Sheriff, and that has since changed. Can you talk about that a little bit and how maybe that has impacted, and whether or not we do have data as, does crime, do you have any data that says, I don't know how you would figure that out, but, as it relates to the train and if it's decreased at all since these changes?
I wanted to quick go back, and you mentioned whether or not the state's policies with respect to incarceration and things of that nature and how they impacted our operations. I'll tell you that our officers are not thinking about what's going on at the state level and those impacts. We have a good relationship with our LA District Attorney's Office, and so when we file a felony case, by and large, they're being pursued. We put together good cases, and in those situations where there's a discrepancy, the LADA's office has been very open to the conversation of re-examining those cases. Our officers are not thinking about, hey, I'm going to go through the entire process of arresting a guy that is, smoking hard narcotics, and I'm going to make a full custody arrest. I'm going to take all this stuff. I'm going to go take him to jail, and very likely he could be released. As you can see by all those arrests that we've made, all of them have been made full custody. And so the message is obviously that we are taking this very seriously with them. And in response, some of them say to us, because this is what happens in other parts of the LA County around us, hey man, why don't you just write me a ticket like everybody else does? Because that's not what we're doing here. So with respect to the train, I'll tell you that we are building a terrific relationship with their new public safety chief. I was just on the phone with her today. They have made sure to have the visible presence of the LA Sheriff's Office on the platform. They have instituted TAP and card fare enforcement all along the line. So leading up to the end of the line policy that we were seeing before, the Metro is essentially working to ask folks to get off the train prior to the arrival in Santa Monica. And so what we're seeing is fewer numbers of folks that are experiencing homelessness that are being dropped off at the end of the line. The relationship with her is very good. As a matter of fact, she will be attending the next business roundtable with DTSM to talk about the work that they've been doing. And they've instituted these programs for about, I think, maybe going on about 8 weeks, and we're starting to see some of the results. The fact that we have a direct communication with not just her, but the captain from the LA Sheriff's Office that oversees the transportation unit that is assigned to Santa Monica, I think is a great step forward. Some mornings you can see Officer Stephen Hollowell on the platform area as a one-man band talking to anybody that will talk to him and doing terrific work by himself or alongside some of the folks from the Sheriff's Office. We are also looking to partner with the Sheriff's Office version of the Homeless Liaison Team in order to best move or help move some of these folks into some type of supported service. And so in closing with that, it's going very well with Metro at the moment.
I promise this is my last question because you brought up the DA's office. Some of us met with DA Gascon a couple weeks ago. And just in light of what happened on Montana, in light of what's happening all over the nation, really, in terms of smash and grabs and break-ins, and whether or not it's because it's televised or spread through social media rapidly, which I do agree, people are more aware of what's happening in other cities, or unaware, if you will, because we're more aware of what's happening in our own quickly. There is an increase. I can speak to it myself directly. I wonder what do you say as a chief of police? And I don't mean to put you in this position, but the amount that you can, the dollar amount of what somebody steals, right, increased. And there's a theory that since Prop 47 and other propositions, people are more likely to steal because there's less trouble to get into, combined with zero bail. And oftentimes they don't take into account, or not often, I can speak to it personally, the damage that is caused to small businesses via, I don't know, a broken glass that's far out, exceeds the cost of the item that was stolen. I know that's happened to us plenty of times. The cost of replacing one window has been thousands of dollars, or a door, or the loss of business because you have to close to clean up that day. Does your office help communicate to the city council here on how we can, residents are talking about this every day, and I just want residents to understand that there's a lot of things at the Santa Monica Police Department. The officers themselves, their hands are tied. City council does not sit in a jury box and prosecute the individuals that are committing these crimes. And I don't know if you have anything to say or to speak of in terms of how does that hinder your work that you're doing on the street, or do you have any comment towards it at all you feel is appropriate to make?
I think that if there's ever an opportunity for us as a governing body to ask for legislative fixes that can be made to Proposition 47, I would certainly help you and support you in that effort. I forgot to mention that with respect to these mob robberies that have been occurring, the police department, we joined voluntarily the LAPD task force, even though we don't have any major cases like I've described, thankfully. I think that the amount of intelligence that we get from being a part of that team is immeasurable, especially in a situation like I described with these subjects that hit us up on Montana. And so we continue to form those relationships with law enforcement. And as part of the LA County Chiefs, we do look for opportunities to voice our concerns to the legislature. I'm also part of Cal Chiefs, and in that arena, we do the same thing. So certainly, we'd be in support of any legislative fixes towards addressing the challenges of Proposition 47.
Thank you. And I brought that up because our chief, we're very lucky. Our chief is involved in a lot of leadership groups. And so thank you for not, for taking it a step further and thinking a few steps ahead and beyond, and appreciate this report, and appreciate everybody, all our officers in the room tonight, and all of Santa Monica Police Department. Thank you for your service every day.
Councilmember Terrosis.
Thank you, Chief. I too want to echo the thanks. Appreciate you coming here and providing this, and just really appreciate your work, your officers' work. What an amazing job you're doing, especially in the downtown area. Thank you for being such a presence. When I'm on neighborhood group meetings, I see you. I think it's so important that you and your officers are engaging with community. And Officer Alpert, I see here, I know he's a frequent attendee at these neighborhood group meetings, so thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Just a quick question on I don't know if we could go back to the slide on the response times, but could you give us any sort of indication as to why you think on some of those areas we have an increased response time? And if there's anything we can do to support a decrease?
You know, I feel good about where we're at, but it can be challenging, right, for residents to have to wait nearly 50 minutes before we have an officer that's freed up in order to be able to respond, and then it takes them about 10 minutes to travel, and so for a near total of an hour for them to get to for the officer to get to the call. One of the things that we're looking to implement into next year is a records management system that will allow our residents to have more control of how that occurs. And so they'll be able to generate their own report, get their own report number. And if there's fields in that initial report that are incomplete, our system is going to be able to contact them back and fill in some of that information. So I want to be able to, you know, shine a little bit of light into the future in that our systems are improving, and the goal here is to make us more effective at what we do with the officers that we have. And so that is one component. You know, in some of these situations, we just do have our busy periods, and communications does have to stick to a triage system where, you know, the priority calls will get dispatched, and they will be coming up on top of the lower priority calls. Although we have a minimum staffing that we are always abiding by, sometimes that's not enough. But that doesn't mean that we are unique, our city, in that respect. There are only like probably a handful of communities across the country that are staffed to the point that those numbers would be reduced to something that all of us would be, you know, more attuned to seeing. None of us want to see 1 hour response or 42-minute response, or, you know, to when our residents are calling.
Are we looking at how this compares with like similarly situated jurisdictions?
We're not.
Okay.
But I can tell you that every city has got its own unique challenges. And so we are really the only city like ours with 8.5 square miles. We are larger than some of the other cities, but then our density really is beyond the norm, with 8.5 million visitors a year, unique visitors a year. That makes traveling for the officers from point A to point B challenging.
And then in the future, is it possible to let us know for the people that are being arrested? I think, just sorry, refresh my recollection. Are you keeping track of like the percentage of people who you think might be unhoused that you're arresting?
Yes.
Okay. Is it possible to, thanks. Is it possible to let us know how many of those folks were referring for services, or are we referring all of them to services?
I'm trying to think of like the different places that they have the opportunity. So we've got 2 different avenues once they're in jail for them to be diverted into some type of service.
Yeah.
And we've had pretty good success with the folks that we've diverted, that have accepted the service, and that they haven't reoffended. But due to the fact that they really don't feel the weight of the crime that they committed, like not everybody decides, I'm going to take diversion, or I could just walk out. So it's challenging in that way. It's hard to say. We have a lot of data, and I'm just not 100% sure that we could clear it out that way, but I'll definitely look into it.
perhaps like this is also something with the city attorney where in the future we could hear about what percentage of people are taking. So I think you have that data on pretrial diversion and what's happening to folks after, both before arrest and after arrest.
I think we did.
Yeah. Okay. And just great job. Thank you.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Thank you very much, Chief Batista, and I want to just also reiterate what everyone is saying here in terms of acknowledging the work of the men and women that are on the front line of keeping the city safe. And I just had a couple of, I'm happy to hear that the relationship with Metro and the county has improved, and so that's steps in the right direction. Can you please tell us a little bit, just a quick update, if you can, on staffing levels and what can we expect? Are we fully staffed now? How many officers are we still looking to hire?
So our new ceiling is, thanks to Measure CS, our new ceiling is 228. We are currently in line to bring on about 7 new officers, and that'll take us to about 221. But due to the number of retirements that we can forecast, I think that we will be down to about 215 by about the beginning of the year. And it's natural that, as we come to the end of this calendar year, we have some folks that are planning to retire. So we're looking at everything. We've got, well, when I arrived, we had about 37 or so folks on long-term injury, and that number is now down to about 20. And so some of those folks, many of those folks on that list are in the twilight of their career, and as their opportunity for retirement comes up, they're taking it, and that's allowing us and freeing up those vacancy positions in order for us to continue to hire. So in the long and the short of it is, pretty soon we're going to be up to 221, but by the end of the year, we could be back down to about 215.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. In terms of local encampments, homelessness encampments, one in particular on Pico and Centinela, I know it's cleared up. 2 days later, it's back in operation. What have we learned from that? Is there, from our social service providers, law enforcement, working with LAPD as well? I know that side is Los Angeles, the other side, Santa Monica. We don't have the same problem on the Santa Monica side, but what I've noticed is, there's the reason why people are returning there, and I'm trying to really understand what we have learned from clearing it out, having it return. I see bicycles a lot of times. People are staying there, going into our community, stealing bicycles. That's obviously happening. I'm assuming there might be something with narcotics going on there, maybe a reason. I read somewhere that's why those encampments stay, because there's somebody that's, providing narcotics and people come back to that, Anything that you can inform us on in terms of how we might be able to solve that problem there, or any lessons that we have picked up in terms of those efforts of trying to clear that out and keep it cleared.
I'm trying to let go of the word solve, because I'm thinking to myself, I don't know if we could ever solve it. Earlier I forgot to mention that we have 2 Department of Mental Health clinicians that work with our help team, and they've been just tremendous assets. In the case of that encampment that keeps coming back, in some cases it's the same person who is resistant to the offers that we're making with them with respect to supportive housing, or the next step in how to find a better path. And in other cases, it's somebody that kind of trails over from the LA side and just kind of waits it out to see at what point they're reported. That's why I think it's just so important to continue the effort of letting us know when they're out there. The help team is amazing, but they really do have to cover the entirety of the city. And so they may not hit that part of town unless they're flagged or they're aware that there's something out there for them to look at, because at the same time they're doing that, they'll be down on the Arizona stairs or the Broadway stairs or down on the pier. So
2 quick scenarios that residents have talked to me about, and I've witnessed myself, walking on Palisades Park, for example, a group of, 4 or 5 individuals engaged in, what looks to me like to be heavy narcotics use. They're not smoking weed, you know, they're doing something heavier because just the state of of how they end up, you know. What strategies are we employing to try to clear that out, or send the message that, you know, it's not appropriate to be doing hard drugs, you know, in public space? I mean, it's not good to do it anywhere, but definitely not in a space where it's making people feel real comfortable, you know, being around trying to catch a sunset, for example.
So I think it's still important to report it, even though I know the feeling is that, wow, well, you know, by the time, where would that fall in the you know, case of prioritization that I just described, and would the officers be able to get there on time to catch him in the act? But nonetheless, it puts a pin in that area for another case where there was narcotics use, and that then alerts us to where the activity is occurring. And so it is always important to report it, no matter the circumstance. If you feel so inclined to take it, to report it, it never hurts.
Great. And then the last question I had was in terms of, you know, how our HLP teams deal with repeat offenders that are prone to violence. You know, there's some individuals that, you know, have a pattern of behavior that, you know, that endangers people, you know, because they're not in full control of themselves, and are doing things, you know, targeting residents and using violence. Is there for those repeat offenders, is there a way to track that, to sort of try to prioritize those individuals, to get them some support, some services, so that they might be able to get off of either drugs or get on the right drugs, you know, the medications that might help them, you know, stabilize their behavior?
So I think that a couple things come into play. One is that the C3 teams really focus in on those folks that are experiencing severe mental illness. And then the other component is that those DMH workers assigned to the help team, like that specifically is what their specialty is in trying to find folks like that, the necessary assistance that they need. And then in situations where we are called and the subject is exhibiting violent behaviors, what I've seen from the body-worn camera of our officers is that they de-escalate. And de-escalation isn't new to us. It's something that we've been doing for a long time. And I'll tell you a quick story. It was a report of a person experiencing crisis, that he was threatening people with a hammer, and still had it in his hands when the officers arrived. I remember distinctly the officer at the front that was dealing with him, nothing in his hands, just like this, talking to him and trying to get him to put the hammer down, not by repeating the same phrase over and over, but by talking to him in a broad sense about him and the day, and in that conversation, injecting, you know, please put the hammer down or put it in your bag, and from that encounter, which could have been very dangerous and deadly, certainly in our city or in any other city across the country, was resolved peacefully. But we have so many of those examples where not just the help team, but our patrol officers deal with that, thank goodness, effectively.
All right, Councilmember Brock.
Good evening, Chief. I hope you got dinner before you came here. This has been a long meeting so far. First, as always, I want to thank your officers for doing an amazing job day in and day out in patrolling the city and trying to keep our residents safe. I'd like you to repeat something that you've said, I think, twice so far, and I really want residents to hear this. So, you know, I'm rife with personal anecdotes about what happens to me and everything, and my complex got broken into last night. They managed to move our garage gate back, came in, stole tools from one person's car, and walked out with a bicycle as well. I had a discussion all day with the owner of the bicycle, who said it doesn't pay to file a report, and I think I've begged her now 4 times today to file a police report that we need to know every single place a crime happens in the city. I know that it leads to more patrols. It also lets you know that there are people operating in that area. So my first softball is to remind you, to remind everybody listening, everybody in the city, that you need to have every single incident reported each and every time.
That's correct. And I might have missed it, but did you say it was an e-bike, electric bike, or just a regular bike?
Regular bike.
Regular bike. Yes, of course. And I think I noted that bike thefts are down, which is great, but that can ebb and flow. With e-bikes, I think it's really important because I have noted the theft of e-bikes. It is really important for us to get those reports because e-bikes have a serial number, a VIN number for the bike, and that definitely helps us in trying to track it down. But more importantly than that, it's the understanding of where the crimes are occurring and how they're occurring. And none of these things are sophisticated. You know, from what we're seeing is that somebody forces open a garage door or puts a brick through a back window in order to assess or access the goods that they're seeking. So, yeah.
So just a reminder to everyone, report everything.
Yes.
And leading to that same thing, one of the spots that I've looked at, and I think Councilmember Parr has looked at as well, the 26th Street extension. The last couple of days, I think I sent you a picture Sunday or Monday. There was a bike chop shop that was beginning right there in an area next to, right in that triangle off Olympic and 26th. How quickly and what steps do we take to try and break those encampments down?
So from what the residents are telling me, and when they use 311 to report an encampment, is literally by the next day, somebody's out there addressing it. And normally it's the help team that's going out there early in the morning the next day to look at it. I think that still continues to be the most expeditious way, the easiest way for the residents to do it, and the easiest way for us to catalog the fact that that incident came in with the details as to where. And I think the biggest gap that we see with that is that we always have to make sure that the location that is given is, you know, as close as it can be to where it's actually happening, because I think that sometimes can
And
miss the
that's a really good thing to use the Santa Monica app. The Santa Monica, I know there's calling the 311 system, but I really believe in, if you don't have the app at home, please go in the App Store, either iOS or Google, and get the app. And the app is Go Santa Monica? Or just?
No, it's just Santa Monica.
Just Santa Monica. It's free. It uses GPS. The locators are fantastic. This morning on my morning walk, I filed 4 different app reports, and each of them took me probably 30 seconds or less to take the picture, show the location, and I was really pleased that our Public Works Department solved all 4 during the day today. So, and I know I'm doing more of the talking, I apologize, but I think it's really essential. I keep talking about telling people, please report. And secondarily, please thank your officers. I walk the city constantly, and I'm walking up to officers all the time, thanking them for working in Santa Monica, thanking them for working for the people of our city. And I know they need more help as well. What is the way to get your level 4, level 3, 4, and 5 response times down? Is that more officers?
So first off, I want to say that I sincerely appreciate the sentiment in that just saying hi to them really makes their day. And when referring to 311, I forget to really say that I don't really want people to call 311.
Yeah.
I really want them to use the app, because I think that that is the most accurate way to address those concerns. Makes a great record. With respect to the needs, I'll tell you that we're entering a stage in our department, in our city, where the use of technology, I think, is going to greatly enhance our effectiveness. We are on the cusp of breakthrough technology. We are slated to get a new computer-aided dispatching system and records management system that's supposed to come online. One part of it this winter, the next part of it by next summer. And that alone will propel us forward and help us be more effective. It is always going to be a combination of so many of the factors that we need. You know, into the future, when our financial picture looks better, without a doubt, I will be asking for the support to raise our staffing numbers. But in the interim, while we have the opportunity to grow our technology in order to be more effective, that I think is the nearest goal for us. You've heard me talk about the success of the UAS, the drone program. We've got license plate reader cameras, we've got mobile cameras, and that ability to centralize that into one place and give us greater understanding of what's occurring as the officers are responding, or in a case after the fact, to be able to piece these crimes together, will make it so that we'll be more effective again, and that is the goal.
So a question that's on residents' minds all the time. They will see the same unhoused person in the same location for 6 months, a year, 2 years. What do we do as a city, as a police department, utilizing our social services to reduce that amount of time? And for instance, 7th in Montana, there's a gentleman that goes between Spumoni and Marmalade. He's there every night. 15th and Wilshire, there is a gentleman, Irish background gentleman, and Patrick has been in our city 5 years, unhoused. He has been in LA 18 years from Buffalo. He is now back a quarter block from the front entrance of Lincoln Middle School. The residents in that block are upset. We've tried to get him in to Step Up. We had a spot for him in Step Up on 2nd 2 months ago. We've had different spots, but what do we say to residents? There's a person on Salmon City and Ocean in Palisades Park. How do we find a way to get those people help and not let them stay in the same spot for months, years, and be residents of that corner, regardless? Look at, I want them to get help, but I feel crushed when we're not able to get someone off the street. But how do we do that? What more can we do as a city council, as residents, as a police department, as city staff, to try and change that scenario? Because I can go around the city right now and give you at least 20 or 30 people, and that's not even 1/4% of our unhoused population. I'm not talking about the ones who are migratory, who are coming through the city, staying a month and moving on. Talking about some of these gentlemen and ladies who were there seemingly permanently. What do we do, and what do we tell our residents?
The care and empathy that you describe when you see someone who is genuinely in need and homeless, someone who is not in the throes of experiencing mental illness or using hard narcotics, or that is threatening or victimizing somebody else. We're talking about folks that are out there that need help. There's several strategies that we use. And yes, in some of these cases, we know them by name. Here more recently, we've been doing a lot of work on the pier to talk to the consistent 7 or 8 or so, 10 people that live in and around the pier. Because if we don't have the opportunity to try to get to them early in the morning, then they begin to go through their cycle. And so if we don't get to them, oftentimes, we will end up responding on an emergency call for service later on in the afternoon because of the kind of day they've had. The challenge becomes where we all recognize in our heart of hearts that folks that are living on the street, it's just going to be a matter of trying to find them on the right day, because that in and of itself, as we've learned, is not the crime. And our folks, our officers, and the times that I've spent riding around with them, I got to tell you that they have the same kind of concern that you express, in that they're not looking to, give a homeless person a hard time, but to try to approach them in a way that is disarming and to offer the ability to find shelter. And that is hit or miss. We have the ability now, we'll soon have the ability to have the assistance of the Salvation Army. The Salvation Army has been really terrific in their ability to break through some of these same folks and over the course of time offer them shelter, oftentimes outside the city of Santa Monica. Samo Shell will be another option for us, but again, it is just a matter of timing, and it is very difficult. And I know that doesn't seem to be a clear answer with respect to what you're asking, but just rest assured that we get it, and that we're out there trying to offer folks the services that they need.
And my last question, alluding back to what Councilmember Delatorre said, Palisades Park, especially between California, maybe Wilshire, and Colorado, has been a consistent source of issues, along with the bridges across Pacific Coast Highway in that area. At the same time, the businesses on the west side of Ocean Avenue, cross street from Palisades Park, I visited, I think, 11 restaurants or businesses in that area in the last month. We have business owners, managers who were just, if they were like me and didn't have any hair, it wouldn't matter, but they have hair and they're pulling it out. What do we tell them? How do we assign more care to, and this is an old story for me. I was talking about this when I was chair of the Recreation and Parks Commission years ago, that the 4 blocks, especially the area by the pier where everyone who comes to Santa Monica comes to that pier sign. That's our Eiffel Tower. And yet we seldom have any type of real presence on either side of the street. And I've had 2 restaurateurs literally hug me and start crying in the last month. What do we tell them? How do we assign more officers or support personnel to those 4 blocks? What do we do to ramp up safety and security there and make sure that in Palisades Park, where we have drug use, where we have people camping, where there is a lot of behavior that most residents and visitors would look at and go, what the hell's going on? How do we decrease that activity? And then I'll let you go because I know it's late.
So the tactics that we're employing in that area include the overtime deployments with added officers. We have made personal contact with the business owners, the managers, their shift leaders. Our team, led by Lieutenant Leyva, has made personal contact in those situations. And yet, we still will have the one-off, right? When I talk about the literally hundreds of thousands of people that come into the area, we'll have a one-off case where something will happen at one of the specific restaurants that we're talking about. And in those situations, we respond, we get there, and make a difference in that situation. Unfortunately, after the fact, after it's happened. One of the things that we're asking our partners in the restaurant business is to call us ahead of time if they see that somebody's beginning to wander into the restaurant, because we've seen where that leads. And that is just a precautionary thing. They've got now, at this point, they're not going through 911. They've got the ability to call some of our officers directly on their work phone. So those relationships are beginning to pay off. But it is going to be just constant work. I think that our downtown area, being the jewel that it is always going to require the presence of public safety in order to handle the amount of people that we have in the area. I don't think we can ever get to a place that our expectation would be that given millions of visitors, that we would not have any incidents occur when we're there.
I hate to say this, but I have a follow-up of that. Just because it feels like we should be more preventive in that area, if we can be. And thank you so much.
All right, not seeing anyone else in the queue. Chief, thank you so much. I think I speak for every council member when we say we appreciate all that you and all of our wonderful officers do and your entire staff. So we appreciate you taking the time to come out here today.
Thank you, ma'am.
We'll let them clap, even though there's technically no clapping here, folks. So for later in the evening, don't get spoiled. That takes us, I believe, to closed session, item 3. Is that correct, Ms. Newsom?
That is correct. We have 3 closed session items. Item 3A, a labor item concerning the city clerk. Item 3B, a real estate item pertaining to Santa Monica Place Parking Structure 7. Under negotiation are the price and terms of payment for billboard license on parking structure. And item 3C, existing litigation, Pico Neighborhood Association and Maria Loya versus the City of Santa Monica.
All right, thank you. And I'll turn to our city attorney, and I know we're getting a late start. How long do you think we will be?
The estimate by Sergio is 1 hour and 10 minutes, and he's usually right, so I would say 9:20.
All right, we will return by 9:20. Thank you all very much for your patience. Okay. Dump this. Definitely need a caffeinated. I'm sure.
I'm just checking to see if it's your camera that's. Okay. Where'd she go?
Okay.
Now we get to hear from 40 people.
All right. Holy. Hey, Nikki, my speakers queue disappeared.
Your speaker queue disappeared?
Turn this off. All right, as soon as the council members who I just saw come into the council chamber, we will reconvene. We're ready to go. And we took a little longer than we thought, but we're here now, ready to get going. Yay. Sorry, we need one more council member. We need a quorum. All right, we now have a quorum, so we can reconvene the meeting. Again, thank you all for your patience while we had some vigorous discussions in closed session. I will first report out of closed session. Oh, where's the city attorney? Then he'll need to report out of closed session. Perhaps Ms. Cola can do it for him if need be. All right, yeah, okay. All right, so I have a report out of closed session. Our fabulous clerk, Denise Anderson Warren, has announced that she will be leaving, retiring from her employment with the city at the end of the year. And the council is directing staff, who also apparently are not here, but I'll tell them, to publish the vacancy and commence the process for hiring a new clerk. But I do believe we probably need to wait for someone from the city manager's office to continue. Would that be right, Ms. Cola? Yeah, all right, so we're still sitting here. I apologize.
Mayor, may I add something on the closed session?
Yes, now that we have a representative of the city manager's office and the city attorney here, we will reconvene the meeting. We will start with your report out of closed session, and then I will report out.
I understand there was a report out. I wanted to add that Councilmember De La Torre recused himself on the Macerich matter as out of an abundance of caution on a potential conflict.
Right, and I just want to reiterate, because no one from the city manager's office was here, that the reportable action is that our illustrious clerk, Ms. Denise Anderson Warren, has announced her retirement as of the end of the year, and that there is direction from council to staff to publicize the vacancy and set forth the process for recruiting a new clerk, and also for the city manager and I to have a discussion about what to do should we need an interim clerk. All right? And hopefully they're not coming here.
Sorry. Could I get a time on when Councilmember De La Torre recused himself?
A time when Councilmember De La Torre recused himself.
When we began the discussion of the Macerich matter.
Right, which is about an hour and 10 minutes after we went into closed session. 9:45, okay. All right. Okay, so that is our report out of, and all items were heard. Is that correct, Mr. City Attorney? All right, all items were heard. At this point, we have the animal shelter announcement. Not a rabbit tonight, I'm afraid. Oh, look at that face. How can you turn that face down? All right, this is Simba. Simba is a handsome 7-year-old pit bull who's been at the Santa Monica Animal Shelter since August 1st of this year. He's neutered, up to date on all his vaccinations, and in great health. He gets along with other dogs, enjoys playing with toys, and knows his basic commands. The shelter staff describes him as goofy, lovable, and affectionate. If you think Simba might be a good match, please visit him at the Santa Monica Animal Shelter. And even if Simba isn't a good match, they have plenty of other wonderful, wonderful animals who need their forever homes. And as always, I want to remind those of you who may already have pets at home and use the Chewy app at chewy.com. It is very easy to make a donation to our Santa Monica Animal Shelter Foundation to help provide food and other necessities for the animals that are there waiting for the love that comes with a forever home. So please, if you can, consider that as a possibility. At this point, I believe, Ms. Newsom, you have a question to ask?
I do. Do any council members have anything to report on travel since our last meeting?
But looks like Councilmember Terosis does.
Yeah, I just want to report that over the past weekend, I attended the National Local Progress convening in St. Louis. I just want to note that while there was no city funds expended on this, because we are not organizational members of Local Progress, I do want to report to the public some of the things that I brought back here in meeting with local elected officials from cities and school boards across the country. We learned about how to leverage the ability of our city attorneys to engage in affirmative litigation to deter bad actors, which, Doug, I will be following up with you shortly on. We learned about making the most of a transition moment in transitioning power and governance structures that work for more equitable representation. Also talking about how to ensure equity in municipal bond finance, so that when our power shifts from local elected officials to bankers and bond attorneys, how we make sure that it's truly representative of the people that we're representing with alternative financing structures. Further amplifying the demands of workers and improving working conditions to enact pro-worker policies in our local jurisdictions, which is very important to me as a workers' rights attorney, and what Detroit is doing with groundbreaking work around industry standards boards, which I hope we can bring to California. And I think we've already seen that with the Fast Food Workers Bill of Rights. Finally, we met actually with the St. Louis Office of Violence Prevention, how they're taking a community-based approach to policing, reducing harm, and being out in the local community in the wake of Ferguson, and then how to move away from the privatization of government services throughout both strong procurement practices and exploring things like public banks, public utilities, public grocery stores, and more. It was a really invigorating and informative 3 days, and I'm hoping to see some of the policies that I learned about enacted here in Santa Monica really soon. So thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Terosis. I think at this point, Mr. City Attorney, I want to confirm that it's okay. There is a request for there to be a motion for some agenda management. Is that appropriate to do at this point?
You may do that at any time.
All right, Councilmember Brock?
Yes, I'd like to move that we move item 16D up to the next item.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
All right, moved by Brock to move 16D for us to hear next, and seconded by Negrete. Now, we do have an issue about public comment. So I think because we haven't gotten to the public comment for 16D yet, so I want to make it clear that we're going to move it up for the purposes of perhaps addressing some of the public comment, and then if we need to reconsider the remainder of it after the public comment. Does that make sense to everyone?
It's up to you. You could move the item and then take public comment on that item along with it.
Well, I'll be honest, but maybe why don't we move it up? And then because I think the idea that Councilmember Brock has expressed to me is to obviate the need for some of the public comment.
Okay.
Well, and if it doesn't, then it doesn't, but we will do that. Well, on 16D,
Yes.
yes, it's Councilmember Brock and Mayor Pro Tem Negrete. And he made the motion and you seconded it.
To move it up to the top.
To move it now, to now. And then,
Yet, though.
what?
Are we going to vote on that?
Yes, we're going to vote on that now, and that can be a voice vote. So all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? So that passes. So now we are going to move to 16D. So can you introduce that, Ms. Newsom?
Yes. Item 16D, request of Councilmember Brock and Mayor Pro Tem Negrete to give direction to the city attorney and city manager to, one, draft and return with municipal code amendments that would limit noise affecting city residents between 9 p.m. and 8 a.m. Two, request that the city's state lobbyists continue to advocate and pursue state legislation to enable the city to use sound-activated devices to enforce vehicle noise limits. Three, evaluate the ability to enforce California Vehicle Code 27150 and 27151. And four, evaluate the cost and ability to deploy sound-activated devices to enforce noise limits on the promenade.
All right, and Councilmember Brock.
Aye. So I would like to adjust my motion. I'd like to continue to hear and discuss number 2, 3, and 4 of that item. But I'd like, if possible, for the city manager and city attorney just to have a voluntary discussion with Unite Here Local 11 about any excess noise early in the morning, and come back to the city council if there is not a mediation agreement reached between the parties. Rather than keep everyone here, my intent of this is not to penalize picketers, but it's also to make sure that our residents have peaceful use of their beds at 5:30 and 6 in the morning. So
Well, now, this is a little different than what you told me you were going to do. So you're not withdrawing the first one. You are changing it to give direction. Is that correct?
yes.
All right, then, all right. Councilmember Negrete, did you want to?
I'm trying to
I
understand,
mean, it's
follow
Mayor Pro
along.
Tem, I'm sorry.
In other words, instead of going through a whole noise ordinance adjustment right now, we're trying to enforce the existing noise ordinances. We would, I think most people here recognize that there's been an issue with early morning noise at demonstrations, and I'd like the city attorney and the city manager or their representative just to have a talk with the union, and it comes back to us if there's an issue. But for right now, I think we could stand down on that part.
I think is this an entirely different direction now? We're giving direction. This is now, we're separating this apart and saying the first part of 16D, where we
Just
talk
number
about
one.
municipal code amendments that would limit noise affecting city residents between 9 p.m. and 8 a.m. We're directing the city attorney and city manager's office to negotiate with,
Well, then I'll make it easy for the moment then. I'll just ask that we withdraw number 1 for right now.
All right,
I'm sorry, and I'm just, we're having this discussion because you didn't come to me before, and we're both on this item, and I'm trying to understand as a response to residents who are being woken up at 6:30 a.m.
5:30.
5:30 a.m.
And that's why I'm asking, if possible, for staff to talk to Unite Here and see if they can reach an approachment without a.
But by striking it, we don't do that. But if we strike it from the item, that's not what that is. Those are two different directions.
I'll just add, so prior to this direction and discussion tonight, over the past weekend, we had issues with folks coming out very early in the morning. So I did reach out to Unite 11, actually reached out to one of their field organizers, got me connected with their attorney. I don't know where the attorney is based from. So I did have a conversation with them last week, talking about the concerns about the noise, particularly before 7 a.m., which is not in accordance with our ordinance.
Mhm.
So I did raise the issue. It's the honking of the cars that's been concerning. It's the bullhorns, the drumming. So we did have that conversation and did ask them to give consideration to our ordinance. I didn't hear any issues this weekend, but I did open up a conversation with him.
So the conversation's already been started, so now you're asking to strike this and then with the
And let the
opportunity to bring-
conversation play out.
Okay. That's friendly to the co-signee on this item.
Okay.
Well, I mean, so I want to be real clear, because
We're
we
not-
have a lot of people who came out to discuss this tonight. And I don't want them to think that this is somehow an end around about what they wanted to express tonight. So, am I clear that you are completely withdrawing Section 1 of 16D, which is the part that says draft and return with municipal code amendments that would limit noise affecting city residents between 9 PM and 8 AM? Is that being completely withdrawn? That's just a yes or no question.
Yes. It is being completely withdrawn for now.
And does that work for you as well, Mayor Pro Tem Negrete, since you are the co-sponsor of this?
Given the fact that there's a discussion already happening, yes.
Well, I mean, if you say no, then what I'm going to suggest we do is table this and then handle it in the normal course of business. Because it was my understanding that the purpose of this was to remove the issue that
It is.
it's quite obvious many people in the chambers tonight want to address.
But I also, if I can add one thing, I also know that many of these people have to be at work at their hotels early in the morning. And they've been here many hours longer than they thought they would be. And I pledged to their leaders tonight that we were not going to try and do anything onerous. So I want to make sure I am backing up what I said earlier, both out in front of City Hall and in City Hall.
Okay, so we're striking that and we're moving,
And we're
do we
moving
need to do a
to
vote for
number
that?
2, 3, and 4.
Or do we just, are we still moving this
Well,
whole item
Yeah.
up?
Well, let's deal with the first one here. So everyone is clear that at the request of Councilmember Brock and Mayor Pro Tem Negrete, the first part of item 16D has been withdrawn to draft and return with municipal code amendments. And we're all clear on that? Okay, all right. So, folks, I just want you to be clear that the first part of 16D, draft and return with municipal code amendments that would limit noise affecting city residents between 9 PM and 8 AM is no longer going to be discussed by the council tonight. It's been withdrawn by the makers. Now, if you so choose, you are certainly able to stay and speak to the remainder of the item. Now, the question is, how are we going to do that? Because we do have public comment, but we haven't had public comment on the 16 items yet. Does anyone have some agenda management they would like
I would
to
like
do?
to propose that we continue to move 16D forward with just part 2, 3, and 4, having part 1
Right, but the question is, there may be.
allow public comment
Okay,
for
so
this
do-
item because they've been sitting here all night.
Right, so, Ms. Newsom, are we able to discern who is here speaking solely on item 16D? Or not solely, but here to speak on 16D? Yeah, that's the problem.
Okay.
All right, so here, and we have 44 people here to speak. So it's going to be, it would be very tough to go through and ask individuals. So what I am going to suggest is, given this development, that we move 16D, the remainder of 16D, back into the 16 items.
That's fine.
And then we can hear public comment in accordance. And those of you who wish to stay and testify about the remainder of 16D or any other items, you are free to do so. But I think that is going to be the most efficient, expeditious way to do it. All right, I will make that motion that we now take 16D as amended and move it back into its rightful place in the 16 items.
I second.
They can make well, right, but people can make public comment on whatever they want to make, but right now, to make public comment on 16D, it will be about only parts 2, 3, and 4, because 1 has been withdrawn. Okay, I will make that motion.
Second.
All right, moved by Davis, seconded by Negrete. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, great, thank you. I hope everyone is clear. So, Ms. Newsom, we're sort of going back to the original plan. And thank you for everyone for being patient with that detour.
Consent calendar. All items will be considered and approved in one motion unless removed by a council member for discussion. In accordance with Charter Section 615, the adoption of all ordinances and resolutions shall be by reading of title only unless a council member present dissents.
All right, and has anyone notified the clerk of the city manager's office prior to the meeting whether they want to pull anything?
No.
All right, does anyone want to make a late pull? I do not see anyone. I'll entertain a motion for the
I move.
entirety of the consent calendar. All right, moved by Brock, seconded by Negrete. May we have a roll call vote, Ms. Newsom? And I'll point out that she's got the voting screen up there, so we can all publicly record our votes.
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
Sorry. Councilmember DeRosa?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete?
Yes.
Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
Councilmember Para?
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick?
Yes.
Mayor Davis?
Yes, that passes unanimously, 7-0. Now we will move to public input.
Public input on remaining agenda items only. Public input is permitted on ordinances for introduction and first reading. No public discussion is permitted on ordinances for second reading and adoption. And according to the queue, I believe we have 45, well, maybe 46 speakers now, but I think some of them are duplicative, so.
Right, so just to be clear, everyone, we're going to go through the list of speakers. If you do not want to speak because of the action we just took with regard to item 16D, you can just say pass. And but otherwise, what I'm going to do is call out a number of names. I'm going to ask you to line up to the wall on your left. When you do come to speak, because we are hearing public comment on a number of items at the same time, I would ask that you identify which item you are speaking on, all right? Because we are speaking on a number of items. So the first few names I'm going to call are Andrew Moss, Bridie Roberts, Elizabeth Koch, and Jim Kahn. Is Mr. Moss here? Okay, Mr. Moss, you're first, sorry.
My name is Andrew Moss. I am a member of CLU Santa Monica, Clergy and Laity United for Economic Justice. As a former professor from Cal State, I had the privilege in the last 10 years of my teaching to teach in a nonviolent studies program. And one of the great privileges for me subsequently is to work closely with CLU and with Unite Here Local 11. Unite Here Local 11 has impressed me deeply by its commitment, its legacy in nonviolence. I am speaking in opposition to any restrictions whatsoever on the free right of people to picket, to express their views as free expression. It may be inconvenient, but inconvenience about and discomfort about learning about injustice is not violence. Violence is the violence that was committed on workers by security guards at hotels here. Violence is housing insecurity. Violence is food insecurity. Violence is deep injustice that you all know is deeply present in our community. The way to rectify this is for the hotels to step up. If they want to get rid of any inconveniences, is to step up and provide a fair and just contract. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moss. Yes, you can all do jazz hands if you want to concur. Bridie Roberts, Pastor Bridie Roberts.
Good evening, Council. Thank you for staying. I just want to point out that not only do some of these folks have to work tomorrow morning at 7, they got up this morning at 7. And they came right out here after work and they waited. And so I do thank you for pulling back the first part of the measure. I am the Community Organizing Director at Unite Here Local 11, and I stand in proud ministry and solidarity with my brothers and sisters at Unite Here Local 11, the bartenders, housekeepers, housemen, and servers who make the most profitable industry in Santa Monica, tourism, thrive. They have been out here fighting for a future for their family and a future for our city. They've made tremendous sacrifice in pursuit of a dignified contract with wages that will allow them to live. Going on strike has not been easy for these workers. They have been met with violence by the hotels, by guests, and cruel words by neighbors. The Fairmont Miramar used direct violence against members of this staff that was all on national news in an attempt to silence them. Do not allow the city council, or do not allow them to try to use the city council to do the same. You stand for workers, you always have. We should be fighting for something bigger for our city and our future. We need the council to say no to attempts to silence and gag workers in any way. I appreciate you pulling back the amendment, but the for now doesn't work for us because our members will continue to raise their voices until the future of their children and your children is secured. We want an equitable and just Santa Monica for everyone. And I was there the day the violence happened at the Fairmont. I was under the beautiful fig tree, which is our shared heritage. Workers were picketing and they were singing and they were speaking Spanish. And security members were throwing women and seniors and organizers to the ground bodily. That's not the Santa Monica I know, lived in, or loved. And it should not be acceptable to any of us. So we are calling on you, instead of spending time on legislation, to worry about noise, which is just inconvenient.
Thank you.
Call for an investigation of violence against workers and to press charges.
Thank you, Pastor Roberts. Thank you. Elizabeth Koch. Oh, let me turn your mic on. There you go.
Mayor Davis, members of the City Council, my name is Elisabeth Koch and I'm with UAW Local 2865 at UCLA. I'm here in strong solidarity with the Brave Hotel workers that you see out here tonight from Local 11. And UAW has stood with these workers as they take part in the largest hotel strike in Southern California history. We will continue to do what it takes to support them, including by picketing, chanting, and drumming. We have to remain loud because the bosses are not listening to the workers. Instead, they are meeting peaceful protest with violence, you've just heard about it, on the picket line, like here at the Fairmont Miramar. Councilmember Brock's request would imply that nobody could freely protest anymore. That would include all workers' unions. This also includes tenants' unions, in which many Santa Monica residents organize themselves to fight against the unfair treatment by their landlords. These people are your constituents. Moreover, Councilmember Brock's request fits into an alarming trend in Southern California, where employers and politicians are trying to bypass our guaranteed freedom of speech when labor is concerned. In June, for example, some of my co-workers at UC San Diego were arrested on felony charges for peacefully protesting that our raises would be paid out. This is unacceptable and we have to defend our freedom of speech whenever it is under attack. Therefore, I ask you to reject Councilmember Brock's request to amend the municipal code that would limit workers' rights to protest peacefully. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Former Mayor and Councilmember Jim Kahn.
Mayor and council members, it's been a long time since I've been here this late. Used to be a regular habit, but I got over it. I thought I was going to talk about noise tonight. Noise that is incidental to things that have to happen, and noise that furthers the expression of our human rights as citizens. And but instead we're talking about violence all of a sudden. I was one of the founders of CLU, Clergy and Laity United for Economic Justice. And it was an organization that was started by three people who have deep commitments to nonviolence, significantly among those, the Reverend James Lawson, who was the nonviolent theoretician that taught Martin Luther King nonviolence. And when we formed the organization, it was precisely to try to involve congregations and clergy of all across the spectrum to be supportive of nonviolent activities in order to raise the wages of low-wage workers. And we all know that Los Angeles, the economy of Los Angeles, is based on low-wage workers. And what these low-wage workers are simply asking is to be on the bottom rung of the middle class. That's all they're asking. And the hotels are saying, no, we're not going to do that. We make our money on your back. That's not okay. That's never been anything in the Judeo-Christian tradition, the Islamic tradition, the Hindu tradition that says that that's okay. All religions believe in justice. And justice has to do
Thank you.
paying a decent wage for a day's work.
Thank you, Mr. Khan. All right, I'm going to call a few more names. Dylan Kupsch, Michael Pitkin, Crystal Romero, and Avelino Alvarez. And I neglected to say this at the beginning. When you stand up, please identify who you are, because we do have people watching on YouTube and stuff, and I want to make sure they know who's speaking. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. My name is Crystal Romero, and I'm with the Los Angeles County Federation of Labor, AFL-CIO, and I am here on behalf of the 800,000 union members belonging to the second largest labor federation in the country in Los Angeles County to urge the Santa Monica City Council to reject this preposterous proposal brought forth by Councilmember Brock and Mayor Pro Tem Negrete. Their proposal would limit workers' rights to free speech on picket lines, a right protected by the First Amendment to the U.S. Constitution. Workers picket, chant, and use musical instruments as part of their efforts to win a dignified contract with livable wages. We must not water down this protected constitutional right, and this proposal creates a slippery slope. Today is hospitality workers who are picketing in Santa Monica, but as the organization that represents many different locals, we know that our affiliates may very well engage in picketing in the future. Workers show up to vocalize their problems and demand dignity and justice on the job. This is the epitome of democracy. We must ensure that we protect our right to picket, chant, and use musical instruments, and therefore we ask that you side with free speech and against extreme right-wing interests. Thank you.
Thank you. And before we go on, Dylan Kupsch. I want to try and keep it in the order here so we're clear on who's speaking. So again, please introduce yourself in case I mispronounced your name and so everyone at home knows who's speaking.
Hello, my name is Dylan Kupsch. I am a LA resident and a member of UAW 2865. I'm here today asking for the City Council to not criminalize the actions of workers in our community fighting for economic justice and a better Santa Monica. You know, I've been watching and I've been participating in the Fairmont Miramar strike. And I've watched as the Fairmont Miramar has responded in retaliation against workers using actual violence against the workers. I watched the management advocate for cars to push through workers and seen the sidewalk blocked by the barricades of the Fairmont Miramar. I asked that the city attorney go about filing charges and do an investigation into the retaliation of the Fairmont Miramar on the workers. Instead, right now, we have to unfortunately talk about the attack on workers' rights through this ordinance. The workers here have a free speech right. They have a right to be able to talk about what they want. And the city, while the Fairmont Miramar is responding or is enacting violence, the workers are responding with their voices and their withholding of labor. I urge the City Council to deny the anti-worker amendments and to protect the free speech of workers in our community. Thank you.
All right, Michael Pitkin.
Michael Joseph Pitkin. This is for 11B. As you're talking about surplus properties and affordable housing, I ask for an exception to talk about another necessary need. Before Hurricane Hillary, I asked social services, the people concerned, Salvation Army, Police Department, Step Up on Second, if any would open their lobbies so unhoused could get out of the rain for a couple of days. All stated no. I asked this body to create an emergency shelter program as well as a winter shelter program with a healthy percentage of a bed availability within the city of Santa Monica. With Santa Monica partner agencies, the City of Los Angeles, and the County of LA. Disabled cannot go 5 miles to Venice, 10 miles, or 15 miles to Skid Row. All travel fails the reasonableness test. There are state and federal emergency grants, so there is help available. There's no excuse for not opening at night an empty convention center, school gymnasium, or a church hall in Santa Monica. During an emergency, there is no need even for cots. just open a dry place.
Thank you, sir. Avelino Alvarez? All right, then I'm going to call a few more names. Herman Martinez, Dora Hernandez, Hermana Escobar. She's down twice. I don't know if that means someone's donating time to her or not. Laura Juan.
Sí, buenas noches, alcaldesa David y miembros del Concilio de Santa Mónica. Mi nombre es Germán Martínez.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. My name is Germán Martínez.
Sí, soy un trabajador del Fermo Miramar por 34 años.
I worked at the Fermo Miramar for 34 years.
Y soy uno de los empleados que fue golpeado por los miembros de seguridad del Fermo Miramar.
And I was attacked and I was assaulted by the security members of the Fermo Miramar.
Yo nunca pensé que los mismos compañeros de trabajo fueran violentos con nosotros mismos por estar peleando por nuestro contrato.
I never thought that the hotel was going to send my own co-workers to come and attack us at work.
Y quería darle las gracias en nombre mío y de los compañeros por dejarlo siempre luchar por nuestros derechos. Muchas gracias.
I want to thank you also for those that have stand with us in our fight for our rights.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Dora Hernandez.
Good evening, Honorable Major Davis and members of the City of the Santa Monica City Council. My name is Dora Hernandez, and I am a server at the Visor in Santa Monica, where I have worked for 16 years. I am a proud member of United Here Local 11, and as you know, during the past 2 months, I, together with my coworkers, have gone on strike as part of the largest hotel work and strike in Southern California history. During our strike, as you know, we picket, we chant, and we drum because this is how we can express ourselves. I am fighting for a dignified contract that would allow me to support my family. And on August 5, I was also at the Fairmont Miramar Hotel where I was picketing peacefully and legally. And unfortunately, I watched how the Fairmont Miramar Hotel securities violently assault my coworkers. They tackle, they grab women, they threw them to the ground. They even used the fences to push down violently. It was really awful to see that. And even though they tried to use this violence to intimidate us and to silence the hotel workers, it did not work. And now the hotels are trying to use the city council to pass a law to gag and to silence us. And I ask you to reject the council members, Brooke and Negrete, their efforts to gag workers and violate the First Amendment right, which is our right. The city should be prosecuting the hotel and their security for their violent assaults on the workers. In fact, I would like to know the status of city's criminal investigations into the assaults. I would like to know when the city attorney is planning to file charges against the Fairmont Miramar and their violent security officers. And this also has happened at the Visor in Santa Monica. Even neighbors have thrown plants at our workers, and even they have thrown our chairs. And please, I ask you to vote no on 16D. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, well. No. Well,
Can we take a point of personal privilege?
I was hoping we could wait till the end and get through this.
Just to save, people have to go to work in the morning.
A point of personal privilege can be raised at any time, subject to the chair recognizing it.
Well, I would prefer to recognize it at the end of this. These people have sat through our closed session. Okay, look, you amended your, yes, you did.
I tried to remove the item. They're not speaking about the item right now.
Yeah, they are. We're talking about,
Yeah.
we removed the item. It's all vehicle noise and that.
So I'm running the meeting, guys. I'm running the meeting, everybody here. This is my job, and here's what I'm saying, is that, yes, you did ask that the first part be removed. You waited until these people sat here all night to do that. You managed to withdraw a matter earlier in the evening. So you clearly knew how to do that. If you had wanted to withdraw the first part of 16D at 5:30, these people could have all gone home. I think it is grossly unfair that they have sat through this whole evening and a last-minute maneuver, which you are perfectly capable of doing. I let you do it, but to then tell them now they can't speak when they've sat here all evening. So I think that is, from my perspective, as the chair of the meeting, giving them the opportunity to speak. If you feel that you have been attacked or mentioned, as I whispered to Councilmember Brock, I will recognize a point of personal privilege at the end of this. But I would like to let these people speak. I don't know if all of the people on the list want to speak or not. I'm hopeful. I'm getting nods that no, they do not. So hopefully we have, in fact, compressed this hearing, and at the end of the public comment, you will be able to raise your points of personal privilege. But I think the fairest thing to do, given what we as a council collectively have put these people through tonight, is to let them say their piece. And then at the end of that, you can raise your point of personal privilege.
My question is not so much about personal privilege, but I've watched you often tell people that they cannot speak about something because it's not on the agenda, and I'm not done, hold on.
That's right.
And so if we're making a political move here to serve political debts, that's one thing. But I think we're running a meeting.
Okay,
and I
that's
think there's
really
an agenda.
unfair.
Well,
That's
it's not
really
fair.
unfair. This is not a political agenda.
I'm
These
not
people have
done.
been
What's
sitting
on-
here for no,
exactly right,
you are
because
done.
we have a
These
long-
people have been sitting here for 5-6 hours.
Right, and we removed an item, and I don't think it's been communicated clearly that we're still talking about an item that's not on the agenda anymore. So then I guess if we're saying that we're suspending council rules, and I'm fine with this, why don't we suspend the council rules and allow people to speak on whatever they want to speak about? So they can come, since they sat here, to speak about what they want to speak about.
If you remember, Mayor Pro Tem Negretti, as we began this, I asked Ms. Newsom, the clerk, could we identify who was here speaking on item 6, with the former first part? We cannot do that. So these people are validly in the queue. Now, if you want to suggest that when they start to speak about something that they waited 5 hours to speak about,
So there was no reason to remove it then?
No reason. So,
I think the city attorney should tell us what the brown.
Mayor,
well, let's,
I
I
have,
think Mr. Sloan has something to say.
Right. I didn't anticipate this. We are verifying whether legally the public is entitled to speak on an item that has been removed from the agenda in the midst of a meeting. We're trying to verify that for sure, one way or the other.
All right, and while you are doing that, can we proceed with public comment? Because I'm getting the suggestion that maybe all 44 people are not going to speak, but there, for example, we've already had one person at least speak on something not related to the 16D item. We can't tell from looking at this. Or should we just sit here and wait for that?
if I can make a quick comment, Mayor. I did not know at any time that at 5:30 or 6 o'clock that I could have bifurcated the item and removed part of it. In fact, I talked to one of the union people and told him what I wanted to do, but I didn't believe I had the authority or ability to do that at that time. If I was mistaken, I was wrong then. However, I was trying to make sure that people could go home. I believe they have a very salient point about the violence at the Miramar. That's not on the agenda, however, but I understand that they have been upset for a month about that and not able to speak. So if we want to go ahead with that, that's fine, but Mayor Pro Tem Negretti has a valid point that usually we would stop people regardless of how long they had been here. And I apologize to them for all of them being here so long, because I know they have to be at work in the morning. So I'm fine if they go ahead. I do want to make a couple of points afterwards, as my name was mentioned.
All
Thank
right,
you.
I think the city attorney,
And I'm not trying to.
you looked like you had a comment, so I was turning to you.
No, I'm saying we're still checking on this to be, because I want to be sure.
Right, no, I
But
understand.
meanwhile, you could keep taking
So
public
in the
comment on
meantime,
items
in the
that are on
hopes
the
that we
agenda.
can move this ahead, we're going to continue to take comment. So we are at Hermana Escobar.
Buenas noches a alcaldesa David y miembros del Consejo Municipal de Santa Mónica. Mi nombre es Germana Escobar y trabajo en el Viceroy por 26 años.
Hi, Mayor Davis and members of the council. My name is Hermana Escobar, and I have worked in housekeeping at the Viceroy Hotel for 26 years.
Soy miembro orgulloso de Unite Here Local 11. Los últimos 2 meses han sido increíblemente difíciles, ya que yo y mis colegas
I'm a proud member of Local 11, Unite Here Local 11, and the last 2 months have been very difficult for us. Myself and my coworkers have gone out on strike.
En agosto 5 en el Hotel Fairmont fuimos agredidos por la seguridad y nos agarraron, a mí me agarraron de la cintura y me tiraron. A mis compañeras les pegaron en la cara, las arrastraron en el suelo y hasta ahorita no sabemos qué ha pasado con la investigación que han hecho. Nosotros hacemos nuestra, ¿cómo se dice? Nuestra huelga pacíficamente, pero ellos nos agreden a nosotros y también...
On August 5th, I was there at the Fairmont, and security was very aggressive with myself and my coworkers. They grabbed me by my waist and dragged some of my coworkers around. They were hitting people. People were pushed to the ground. And we were there protesting peacefully. We were peacefully striking for what we want in our contract. And the hotel responded really violently. We still have no idea what is happening with that investigation or if anything is being done about that.
En el Viceroy también los de seguridad no nos dejaron entrar después de hacer nuestra protesta. Igual nos agredieron ahí. También los residentes vinieron y nos tiraron nuestras cosas. A una compañera ya uno de ellos iba a pegar a ella y tampoco no sabemos qué ha pasado con eso.
In the Viceroy as well, we've had the same experience of security being aggressive with us. We've also had guests that have been very aggressive towards us, throwing things at us, taking our supplies and trying to throw them at us. And again, we have no idea what's been going on with them, with any kind of solution to these issues or with this violence that's being done against the workers that are on strike.
Y queremos saber qué está pasando con la investigación de la violencia que ocurrió o que han hecho algo. Gracias.
And we want to know also what's happening with this investigation about the violence, if there's any kind of solution that you guys can provide, if you've done anything to address the problem. It really, we need to see an investigation and a real process done about this because it's not okay that strikers are experiencing this kind of violence and aggression on the picket line.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Laura Wan? Not here, all right. Erica Leslie? All right, I'm going to call a few more names. Rosa Robles, Patricia Ibanez, Arturo Hueso. All right, just come up, and James Brine. And again, before speaking, please state your name and what item you're speaking on.
Buenas noches, alcaldesa Davis y miembros del Consejo Municipal de Santa Mónica. Mi nombre es Patricia Ibáñez y soy una recamarera en el Le Méridien Delfinas Hotel por 16 años. Estoy aquí para demandar mis derechos de seguir expresándome.
My name is Patricia Ibanez. I work at the Le Méridien Delfina in Santa Monica as a housekeeper, 16 años, for 16 years.
La razón de esta noche por la cual me encuentro aquí junto con mis compañeros es para demandar mi derecho y el de mis compañeros para poder manifestarnos libremente por las cosas que necesitamos y estamos demandando.
The reason I'm here tonight is to pressure the City Council to allow us to exercise our right as workers to fight for what we deserve and to protest our working conditions.
El 5 de agosto fui agredida brutalmente en una manifestación pacífica por los guardias de seguridad del Hotel Fairmont y hasta el día de hoy no he tenido ninguna respuesta a mi agresión. Y ahora encima de que no tengo alguna respuesta, quieren prohibirme y callar mi voz y la de mis compañeros. ¿Por qué en una agresión no han puesto una justicia y quieren ahora prohibirme mis derechos de manifestarme y de expresarme?
On August 5th, I was treated violently by hotel security at the Fairmont Miramar as well. And I'm here because instead of anything being done about that violence, as far as I've seen up until now, I'm coming to this meeting because we're seeing that the city council and the hotels want to shut us up and they want to prevent us from using our right to protest peacefully and to express ourselves instead of addressing the violence that their own security is committing against the workers.
Y en lugar de hacer esto, deberían de hacer una investigación sobre los actos de violencia que estamos enfrentando. Le pido que rechace la solicitud de los concejales Brook y Negrete de enmendar el código municipal que limitaría nuestros derechos a protestar pacíficamente. Gracias.
I want to request that the city council reject this proposal to gag the workers in Santa Monica and to do a real investigation about the violence that's happening at these hotels. It's not fair that we are being limited in our rights to protest. And yeah, thank you for your time.
Thank you. I'm just checking my list here. So next in line, Arturo Hueso.
Buenas tardes, alcalde Davis y miembros del Consejo Municipal de Santa Mónica. Mi nombre es Arturo Hueso y soy un trabajador enfermo en Miramar Hotel.
Good evening, Mayor Davis and council members of Santa Monica. My name is Arturo Hueso and I'm a worker at the Fairmont Miramar Hotel where I worked for 30 years.
Donde he trabajado durante 30 años, soy un miembro orgulloso de United Here Local 11. Durante los últimos 2 meses,
I'm a proud member of United Here Local 11. Over the last 2 months,
yo junto con mis compañeros de trabajo nos declaramos en huelga como parte de la huelga de trabajadores hoteleros más grande en la historia del sur de California. Durante nuestra huelga,
I'm a proud member of United Here Local 11. Over the last 2 months, myself with the rest of my coworkers, we have been on strike as part of the biggest strike in the South California in the history of the labor movement.
hacemos piqueteos, cantamos y tocamos instrumentos, porque así es como podemos expresarnos.
During the strike, we picket, we sing, we play our instrument because this is the way we express ourselves.
Estoy luchando por un contrato digno que me permita mantener a mi familia, con gente luchando por sobrevivir en esta ciudad.
I'm fighting for a fair contract so I can support my family. I'm fighting with my coworkers so we are able to live in this city.
La solicitud de los concejales Brown y Negrete es innecesaria. Le pido que rechace la solicitud de los concejales Brown y Negrete de enmendar el código municipal que limitaría nuestro derecho a protestar pacíficamente.
The amendment brought up by Councilmember Brock and Negrete is not necessary. I urge all of the rest of the city council members to reject this amendment brought up by Councilmember Brock and Negrete so we can have our right to protest pacifically. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I think
Excuse me, Mayor, if we're going to talk about the item, are we putting it back on tonight?
if someone,
City
if you-
Attorney,
if you want to
I'm
make a
confused
motion.
because we have sent pedicab and street vendors in the same fashion. We've moved 16 items and asked that it wasn't fair that they stayed. We've had students and we've stuck to the rules that you have to talk about what's on the item. I think in an effort to give the workers what they wanted, we're not talking about not being able to speak or silencing anyone. It was just doing it within the hours that you're supposed to. So clearly that part has been misconstrued. But now we're way outside the realm of what's on here. And for whatever reason, we're letting that slide when we've had vendors sit here all night, students, pedicab people in the same fashion. We've moved things around and made people sit here and then go, okay, sorry, we took that off. Or you can't speak about it because it's not on the agenda anymore, and it interrupted them, and I don't want to do that. So I'm asking, are we suspending council rules and just allowing public comment on anything, which is fine, we can do that and take a vote? Or are we now going back to, we're being referenced on an item that's no longer on here? So what was the point of doing that?
Well, council, this is a bit complicated, but from what we can tell is the council is not required to hear public comment on an item that has been removed from the agenda. However, these people could have spoken under general public comment had that been known at that time.
Right, so
But that's really up to the council whether you want to hear this comment.
And we have done that in the past where people, for example, have said, oh, I wanted to speak on something and they missed it and then they spoke. We've reopened public comment.
think we know
So
what's
I
happening.
will, okay, so I will do this. I will move that we reopen item 1 to allow people to
Yes.
speak on non-agendized items.
'Cause it's happening anyways, so we may as well.
I mean, I you know, I'll,
Your mic's not on. Your mic's not on.
You know, I'm all for it. I mean, you know, are we going to always follow the rule? Are we not going to follow rules? Are we going to be selective on when we're going to follow the rules? Because she's absolutely correct. This has happened numerous times where we have sent, and I'm no disrespect, this is something that's happening up here. But this has happened numerous times where other people have been sent home. So we need to know where we're at here.
As long as we remember this and we suspend the rules.
I mean, absolutely remember this next time
Street
that this
vendors that
happens.
came out and we sent home for the pedicab people.
Absolutely.
all right. So I've made the motion that we reopen item 1 to allow people to speak on non-agendized items. There is a second of that motion. In support of the motion, what I will say is this. I do not, and I have a pretty good memory. I don't just have the body of an elephant, I have the memory of an elephant. I do not ever recall letting people sit in this room for 6 hours with the understanding that they were going to be able to speak on an item, and then coming back in and saying, oh, guess what, we've changed it. Yes, we do not let people speak on non-agendized items typically. That is when someone stands up and says, I'm speaking on this, and we go, it's not on the agenda. But I do not recall this situation happening where people came out to speak on a specific item and at literally the 11th and a half hour were told, oh, guess what? We're changing that item now. Now, I allowed Councilmember Brock to do agenda management. I think his hope was that people would no longer feel compelled to speak, but clearly they do. And I'm very uncomfortable. I'll just be honest and say I'm very uncomfortable with, you know, if we do genuinely care about these people, with having them had sit here when we could have done this item of agenda management at 5:30 and then they
Well,
would have had the
Again,
option.
I
No,
didn't know that.
Well, you
So-
managed to ask me before this. You could have asked me at 5:30.
So let's give them their
So
time.
let's-
There's a vote on the floor.
So there's
Let's
a
just-
motion on the floor to
wanna make rules.
reopen non-agendized public comment. We'll hear it in connection with item 6. So we'll just go through the item 6 list of speakers and people can just identify what they're speaking on or whether it's a non-agendized item.
That way everybody can speak on whatever they want to speak on.
Whatever they
and it
wanna
doesn't have
speak
to be
on.
on the agenda. And I
Doesn't
think
have to
that's
be
the
an
most fair.
agendized item.
And it's not a vote of whether any of us don't want to
So-
hear you speak. I want to make it clear because one person keeps pressing that. I want to hear you speak, but I want to follow the rules for when the street vendors came and when the pedicab people came. I want to hear you speak the same way. And for the person shaking their head, my grandmother cleaned hotel rooms.
All right, okay,
So,
let's
and
just
I'm
take
up here representing a
No,
different
okay,
part.
whoa.
so
Let's just
it's
take
not-
the vote.
It's
Does
not
every-
fair, it's not fair, it's not fair to assume that people up here are talking about something that's not on the agenda. We're not talking about silencing anyone. It was residents and protecting residents from having to endorse something way too early in the morning. And now we've gone way off. So I think people should be allowed to come to the mic and speak on whatever they want to speak on instead of being limited to an item that's no longer on here. That was
Okay.
clearly the point that he tried to remove it to say, hey, now we've taken it off. And that wasn't, that people still want to speak and they want to talk about other things like what happened at the Fairmont. Let's just have open public comment.
Okay, so Councilmember Terosas and Councilmember De La Torre, are we going to continue this or can we just take a vote? Let's take a vote. All right, so I'm a little concerned because typically it would be a voice vote, but I don't know where this is going to come out. All right, so the motion is to. Councilmember Zwick. So the motion is to reopen non-agendized public comment. We will hear it at the same time, and that allows people to speak on whatever they want to speak on. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, so now we have settled that matter. You may speak on non-agendized items, which would include the removed part of item 16D, if you so choose. So now we are going to go back to the list. And now I'm going to call a few more people. James Brine, Jesus Ramos, Pierre Harbin, and Jonah Breslau.
Hello. My name is James Brine. I'm a lifelong Santa Monica resident and a 2019 Santa Monica High School graduate here to support Unite Local 11. In my time growing up here, I've always appreciated the efforts of the city government to promote a sense of community. But in that time, I've also come to recognize a persistent and damaging contradiction in that project. Most people whose work supports Santa Monica are barred from the community of Santa Monica. This is an issue the city has applied a myriad of cold technocratic solutions to try and solve, such as the proposed sound sensors in item 16D-12. Now, this manifests in big ways. Most working folks can't afford to live here, let alone anywhere near here. But at a smaller and equally critical scale, people who work here are routinely told by their employers that their work isn't valuable, they're replaceable, and anything they do to change that will be punished. That dynamic is caustic to our community and any community. That dynamic produced the violence that we've seen. The one strong force that can combat that is union agitation. Union efforts bring jobs with living wages, robust workplace benefits, and a voice within the workplace. They give people the power, time, and institutional connections to build community with those around them, be they workers or residents. I urge the council to address the assaults on employers, on the employees. I urge the council to address the assaults by employers on the workers that workers have faced in the city. Thank you.
All right, and I see Miss Erica Leslie back there, and I called her name, so Miss Leslie. And the other person whose name I called who didn't come forward was Rosa Robles, so if you can line up, not there, all right. So Miss Leslie, and then just so people know, we will go Jesus Ramos, Pierre Harbin, and Jonah Breslau.
Good evening again. You see all these people here? Our downtown area and our city is built on their backs. All they're asking for is a fair wage and a chance to speak here in this council. They've helped build our city. We get our taxes from them. They need justice. They need equality, and they need a fair wage. Whatever we can do from this council to help them out will be more than greatly appreciated. We're talking about equality here. You said you're for the workers. These are the workers. These are the people that helped put you in those seats. They backed you. They marched the streets when every last one of you guys ran for council. Now you have to do something for them. They worked for you. Now you have to work for them. It's only fair.
Thank you, Miss Leslie. Jesus Ramos. No, not here. All right. Thanks for the visual clue. Pierre Harbin. Not here. Okay, keep going. I'm Jonah Breslau.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Jonah Breslau, and I'm a research analyst at Unite Here Local 11. I'm also a former Santa Monica hotel worker at the Shore Hotel, we are very glad to see this part of 16D be removed. And again, just to back up a little bit about the context of why, this is not the first time that we've been here about potential threats to our free speech rights in Santa Monica. And part of that is that there was a time in recent memory where workers did face attacks on their free speech. And when I was a bellman standing at the little bell stand, sort of similar shape to this at Shore Hotel, I remember there'd be protests outside of Shore Hotel. And at one point, two of the organizers were put in handcuffs, were detained by the police in front of Shore Hotel. And one of the owners of Shore Hotel very prominently would tweet that picture of organizers in handcuffs. And it was, it felt to me like an attempt to intimidate me and my coworkers and to prevent us from speaking out. And so it is really wonderful to see, making sure that we aren't putting the side and the power and the force of government behind companies that are trying to silence working people as we stand up for our rights. And we have seen, as many people have mentioned, how hotels in Santa Monica are still trying to silence working people who are speaking out. And we saw this at the Fairmont, and I'm sure everybody here has watched that video. And I wasn't there on that day, but watching the video for me was really horrifying to see security guards attacking picketers. And we just are always
Thank you, sir. All right. I'm going to call a few more names. Thank you. Kathy Gentili, Matthew Hom, Hira Ortiz, Beatrice Martinez. Any takers here? Nope. Looks like we have one.
Kathy's not here.
Kathy's not here. Okay. Are you Matthew Hom?
I am.
All right. Go right ahead.
Good evening, Mayor Davis, Mayor Pro Tem Negrete, and honorable members of the City Council. My name is Matthew Hom. I use he, him pronouns, and I'm honored to be speaking to you as the faith-rooted organizer of Los Angeles and Santa Monica of CLU, Clergy and Laity United for Economic Justice. As I know many of you are very well aware, CLU has been fighting for worker justice for decades. Right here in Santa Monica, has been a partner to the labor movement and to the housing and racial justice movements for so many incredible campaigns and movements here in Santa Monica that have made this community such a better place for working people. But we know we have so much more to go. Of course, we are here in deep and enduring solidarity with these workers of Unite Here Local 11 as they fight for a just and life-changing contract that is not just for them and their families, but so that all of our communities can be a place where everyone can thrive, where everyone has dignity and the right to live in their communities where they work. And what happened on August 5th at the Fairmont Miramar was a harm, was a wound that which still stings deep into the hearts of these workers and also of this community of Santa Monica. We have the gift as the faith community of offering ways to heal, but it's not going to be healing if we try to restrict the rights of these workers, if we try to muzzle their voice, if we try to restrict their right to do what they need to do to win a fair contract. I come from the Jewish faith tradition. It's almost the Jewish New Year, Rosh Hashanah. Some may know that we blow the shofar on Rosh Hashanah. The purpose of this is to awaken us from our complacency, from our complicity, or just accepting the way things are. I hope that we consider this noise not as an inconvenience, but as an invitation for all of our people here in Santa Monica and beyond to build a better world and a just world together. Thank you and have a great evening.
Thank you. Hira Ortiz. And then Beatrice Martinez. And then Exman Buccio.
Buenas noches. Mi nombre es Eira Ortiz. Yo tengo 12 años trabajando en el Fairmont Miramar. Y yo tengo un hijo también trabajando ahí. Tengo un esposo. Y me da tristeza de esa ordenanza que ustedes están poniendo para nosotros expresarnos en contra de la compañía.
My name is Ada Ortiz. Good evening. I work at the Fairmont Miramar. My son also works there and my husband, and I am very sad to see this proposal for the ordinance that was brought today to limit our ability to express ourselves.
A mi hijo le he dicho que se enseñe a defenderse como nos han enseñado con piqueteos, con tambores. Así le he enseñado.
I've taught my son how to defend himself in the way that I've learned with pickets, with drums, by making noise out on these protest and picket lines.
Y así es como nosotros nos defendemos con la compañía. Nosotros estamos buscando a que nos paguen lo justo y lo necesario, porque nosotros hacemos un trabajo que es muy pesado, que hay veces que la gente entra a trabajar ahí, pero no pueden con el trabajo. Pero el trabajo que nosotros hacemos es muy duro.
We're out there making noise and picketing, not because we want to, but because it's necessary, and because what we're fighting for is something fair and that we need to be able to live. The work that we do is very heavy, very demanding work, and we deserve to make a fair wage for doing it.
Nosotros exigimos, todos mis compañeros que están aquí, para que quiten esa ordenanza, por favor, porque así nosotros nos podemos defender con orgullo y con la frente en alta.
I and all my coworkers are here to ask that you please remove this proposal and the ordinance so that we can continue to stick up for ourselves, to defend ourselves and defend our right, and to keep fighting with our heads held high and with the backing of the City Council.
Muchas gracias. Ojalá que nos escuche.
Thank you, and I hope you listen.
Thank you. Beatriz Martinez?
Buenas noches, alcaldesa Davis y miembros del Consejo Municipal de Santa Mónica. Mi nombre es Beatriz Martínez y soy una trabajadora en Fairmont Miramar Hotel, donde he trabajado durante 20 años.
Good evening, Mayor Davis and council members. My name is Beatriz Martinez. I am a worker at the Fairmont Miramar, and I've worked there for 20 years.
Soy un miembro orgulloso de Unite Here Local 11.
I'm a proud member of Unite Here Local 11.
Cada día se vuelve más difícil para trabajadores como yo sobrevivir.
And in recent years, I've seen that every day it gets harder and harder for workers like myself to be able to survive.
Es por eso que durante los últimos 2 meses mis compañeros de trabajo y yo hemos hecho huelga.
It's because of this need for survival that my coworkers and I, over the last 2 months, have gone out on strike.
Incluso con piquetes y gritos.
We've been picketing, we've been chanting and making noise outside.
Tenemos derecho a hacer esto.
We have the right to do this.
Le pido que rechace la solicitud de los concejales Brook y Negrete de enmendar el Código Municipal que limitaría nuestro derecho a protestar pacíficamente.
And I ask again that the City Council reject any attempt to limit our ability to make noise and to protest peacefully.
Quiero agregar que nosotros somos personas que respetamos mucho a la comunidad y a los residentes del área donde nosotros trabajamos.
I want to add also that we are people who deeply respect the community and the people around the area in which we work.
Mantenemos limpia la calle, no tiramos basura. Ahorita estamos protestando por lo que yo ya le dije y ojalá que nos apoyen. Lo pedimos de todo corazón, mis compañeros y yo.
We do our best to keep everything clean, even when we're on the picket line. We don't leave things thrown out there. And we just want the support from the community as well and from the City Council to please stand with the workers and defend our right to picket and to protest peacefully.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
All right, Exman Buccio?
Buenas noches, Concilio de Santa Mónica. Mi nombre es Exman Buccio. Soy trabajador del Fairmont Miramar Hotel por 25 años.
Good evening, Mayor and a member of the City Council. My name is Exman Buccio, and I'm a worker at the Fairmont Miramar for 25 years.
Quiero decirles que estoy despierto yo desde las 5 de la mañana para venir aquí a Santa Mónica a hacer mi trabajo.
I want to tell you that I woke up today at 5 a.m. to come to Santa Monica and do my job.
Y si fuera necesario estarme más tiempo despierto para poder que ustedes nos escuchen, lo haría.
If I have to stay here longer for you to listen to me, I will do it.
Mi queja aquí es que yo haciendo pick and line 2 meses salimos a huelga, trabajadores del Fairmont, Viceroy, hoteles de Santa Mónica, sufrimos una agresión sobre los securities a nuestras personas. Yo saqué mi teléfono, les puedo poner el video, grabando cómo golpeaban a mis compañeros, cómo caían, cómo me apuchaban, cómo nos insultaban los securities.
My complaint is that I've been now protesting and striking since 2 months ago. And on this day, I was striking at my hotel, and I took my phone out, and I can show you my recordings, how the security attacked me, attacked my coworkers, and I saw how they were dragging them, how were they pushing them to the ground.
Mi petición hacia ustedes es que me gustaría que esta ciudad de Santa Mónica es conocida por ser una ciudad tranquila, de diversión, tranquilidad y paz.
I want you that, Santa Monica is a city that is known for a city that is very peaceful, a city that is very beautiful, a very tranquil city.
Aquí viene mucha gente a disfrutar. Las primeras caras que ven esa gente es a estos trabajadores que abren la puerta para nosotros poder limpiar sus cuartos.
The first people that the tourists see when they come to the city of Santa Monica, it's us. They open the doors of their rooms for us to clean them, for them to have a great experience in the city.
So, yo quiero sonreírles a la cara y darles una bienvenida y darles una atención especial. Pero con este miedo que me han sembrado en mi hotel, yo no puedo trabajar.
I want to greet these people with a smile on my face. I want the tourists to see us, how we are happy. But now, since our hotel has been intimidated and attacked us, I can't do it.
Yo quisiera que hubiera y se abriera una investigación de ustedes hacia estas compañías. ¿Por qué permiten una agresión en una ciudad tan hermosa, donde la violencia no tendría que tener ningún pequeño herradura para poder entrar a esta ciudad?
I want you to open an investigation in all of these hotels and the Fairmont that have attacked us. Because in this city, in this beautiful city, there shouldn't be an inch of violence, especially against its workers.
Que si volviera a pasar algo de esto, cualquier compañía supiera lo que este concilio les va a hacer a ellos si vuelven a hacer un ataque a cualquier persona.
So every company, not only hotels, every company knows what you guys will do to them if they ever try to lay hands on us, the workers.
Así que se los pido con el corazón en la mano, como padre de familia, que yo quiero llegar a mi hogar, abrazar a mis hijos, no llegar a echarme pomada ni a sobarme las heridas que me hicieron en la compañía.
Please, as a family, as a parent of children, I want you to support me so I can go home and hug my kids and not to clean my wounds.
Okay, thank you, sir. All right, I'm going to call a few more names. Ignacia Urrutia, Ex Mambuccio, Kristen Sargent, Ame Salem. Any of those folks here? All right.
Hi, my name is Kristen Sargent, and I work at the Fairmont Miramar, and I am a dedicated member of Unite Here Local 11. Just a reminder that we are all here well into the evening because this ridiculous proposal was on the table to begin with. A proposal to limit worker-free speech, which is unjust and unacceptable, especially during a crucial time that we as workers are fighting for a fair and dignified contract through the use of our First Amendment right. A time that we could really use your support and your protection in resolving these negotiations. We want peace and what's fair, just like our neighbors. These noise ordinance complaints centered around the Fairmont Hotel, with all due respect, is bogus, considering that this hotel receives repetitive noise complaints all hours of the night, well into the morning, 7 days a week, from its on-site nightclub called the Bungalow Lounge, which I've worked at for 11 years. So I just have two important questions on behalf of myself and the workers. What would you suggest that we as workers do as an alternative to the suppression of the First Amendment right that you, the city of Santa Monica, are proposing? And what are you going to do about the violence that was committed against the workers on August 5th, 2023? Thank you.
Thank you. Ame Salem, and then after that Denise Barton, and then Kent Strumpel.
Good evening, Mayor Davis. Good evening, Council Member. I'm actually from Taxi. I'm talking about item number 10E. I'm sorry to be in the middle of this tonight, and it's very surprising to see a bigger crowd than Taxi talking in one day. I'm sure you know what it is like, but it also feels good for that I'm the only one talking today about the Taxi, since we are the only company left in the Taxi franchise program. I'm here responding to the city staff invitation to support the termination of the franchise. And they explained to us in the meeting why they are moving towards these directions. And we fully understand their reasons. One of the reasons they mentioned is they are understaffed, and we understand also that the cost of running the program is supersedes or suppresses the revenue we're supposed to earn from it. So we completely understand that. From us as a Taxi in our 40 years drive to the city of Santa Monica and the community, whether we are under franchise or not, we understand that we have the same role and responsibility, and we continue doing the same thing, is to drive public to their destination safely. And the nature of the program itself would not matter much as long as we are supporting the city and community supporting us back. And we hope, with all the challenges that we have through the establishment of the franchise, going through the TNC and rideshare, and then the COVID, we are very proud that we are still here, and we're very honored that the city is, the community is supporting us, and we continue to support you. Thank you very much, and good luck to everyone.
Thank you, sir. Denise Barton. And then after Ms. Barton, Kent Strumpel, Tricia Crane, Carl Hansen. And Ms. Barton, you're down several times. Can you identify which items you're speaking on and how much time you want for each?
Now?
Well, yeah, so because I have, you're down 4 times in a row, so I assume you're speaking on multiple items. Is that
Yes,
correct?
And I put the time amounts when I put the request in.
Yeah, unfortunately, it doesn't say. I'm just, for Ms. Newsom's benefit, but as long as she can time you, that's fine. Or we can just give you 2 minutes for each item.
Well, fine. Do whatever you want.
Why don't you hit it and we'll wander through it? How about that?
Okay. Good evening. On item 11B, I have many questions. Have you disclosed your project idea to Metro yet? Because from everything I've seen, things that were originally at Metro stations when they were open should stay in place until at least 2030. And didn't the city use $8 million of taxpayer funds for the development of the Metro parking and kiss and ride lots? Or what about the Department of Transportation? Not only about the additional traffic on the streets, but the additional traffic going onto and coming off of the 10 freeway. And don't lines of idling cars create pollution? Then isn't it interesting that there's nothing supporting your environmental review claim for the CEQA exemption included in the staff report? Or what about your purchasing the building? In the staff report, it claims that the city took a loan from the redevelopment agency's 1994 earthquake recovery funds, with the city saying the property was blighted to justify it, as you stated in attachment A. Yet in the May 23, 2016 Santa Monica Daily Press article titled "City Settles Lawsuit Over Expo Line Station Downtown," where it states the property was purchased with rail reserve money derived from the Transportation Redevelopment Act, which would make it look like you're lying to someone. In the article, it also states Metro paid the city $20 million for 34,000 square feet of property at that site, as well as stating you had no rail reserve funds left. So did the city repay the loan to the redevelopment agency for the property? Were the earthquake recovery funds used for this purpose? The funds that were supposed to be used for the seismic retrofitting of parking structure 3? Would this be another example of how the city and city council have deceived the public, Metro, the courts, and the Department of Transportation? Or does it just show how corrupt you are due to none of the funding being used was for profit of the city?
All right, and that was your first item. Now what's your next item? Oops, there's your mic, sorry.
Next item 10D, I again have to ask, where, that's wrong. This is it. It's actually 16E. Finally, item 16E, where I have to say, I have to ask, where's the money going to come from? After the PAL lawsuit payout, one would expect you to show some kind of financial restraint. Oh yeah, doing that, you're doing that with the police department, leaving everyone except the criminals at risk. Any excess funding really does need to go to police officers to make the city less unsafe, as the chief said earlier. Will more traffic lanes be needed to be taken for this action or slimmed down? But until you get your financial house in order, you should really try to refrain from paying off your special interest. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barton. Kent Strumpel? I don't see Mr. Strumpel. Tricia Crane?
Madam Mayor, I think we actually skipped over somebody.
Oh, who did we skip over? I'm sorry.
Ignacia,
Ignacia Urrutia? Oh, okay, I apologize, ma'am.
Es okay.
My bad.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Ignacia Urrutia, trabajo en Hampton Inn, Santa Mónica. Mi pregunta es para ustedes. Están dando una ley para quitarnos nuestro poder, para poder manifestarnos. Lo único que estoy desacuerdo con ustedes es de que están ordenando algo, pero nos están quitando poder en el aspecto de protestar. Donde yo trabajo... Okay.
She needs to translate.
Good evening. My name is Ignacia. I work at the Hampton Inn, and I'm here to ask a question and about also the ordinance. I'm wondering why it is that this proposal was put into place. I feel that it takes away power from us and takes away our power to be able to protest effectively for what we are fighting for.
En mi hotel, en los días que hemos estado protestando, la semana pasada, hubo un pick and line y unos vecinos del hotel, de los apartamentos, nos empezaron a tirar huevos varias veces y nos tiraron canastas de flores, nos tiraron. Casi a una compañera le da un huevo en la cabeza y...
This past week, we were doing a picket line at my hotel, and we also experienced violence from neighbors surrounding the Hampton Inn. People were throwing eggs at us. People threw flower pots, planters at us as well. One of my coworkers was almost hit in the head with an egg.
Y espero que tomen en cuenta también nosotros podemos correr peligro. Así como muchos compañeros del Fairmont, a nosotros también nos están atacando y espero que consideren esa ley por el bien de todos, de nuestros compañeros, y espero que no la pasen.
And I just want you to keep in mind that it's not only the Fairmont, but also all of these other hotels that are also experiencing violence, whether that's from security or guests or neighbors. And we want you to take us into consideration and, of course, not to pass the proposal to limit our ability to protest and stand with the workers, please.
Gracias. Buenas noches.
And that's our last speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Did we determine that Mr. Strumpel is no longer here? All right. Tricia Crane? All right. Carl Hansen, Carl Villan, and Eli Gill.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Carl Hansen, resident of the Wilmot neighborhood, former housing commissioner, but speaking tonight as co-chair of Santa Monica Forward. We've got comments on a few items. I think first on the most important item tonight, 16D, we stand in solidarity with our hotel workers on this issue. I think protecting First Amendment rights, the right to protest, is incredibly important. Protest is mildly annoying, but that's kind of the point. I would hope that people annoyed would, rather than call their council members, would call the hotels. The thing that's, I think, especially challenging here is we need the strongest protections we can have for labor rights. Even for those of us that aren't part of a union, labor advocacy brought us, the 8-hour workday, the 40-hour work week. The list goes on and on and on. And Santa Monica has a long history of protecting that. We want to see that continue. Regarding the remaining components of this 16 item, we support noise ordinances on people revving their Lamborghinis going down Wilshire Boulevard. But I want to make sure that anything that we do put in place doesn't hurt, if I'm honking my horn in support of protesters. Does that violate the noise ordinance? Regarding the sound protections on the promenade, just please be careful not to make Santa Monica boring. We need a good nightlife. We've got great outdoor space. We want to see that active. 11B, the transit-oriented development, very excited to see housing go at that location. That site's been underutilized for a long period of time. Spectacular. 16E, the preventing motorized vehicle incursions, bike lanes, love that. I think that's a no-brainer. Let's protect our bicyclists, particularly kids, and love to see that go forward. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Ms. Villain?
Good evening. I was going to speak against item 16D, but I think that's being taken care of. So I want to speak in strong support of item 16E. I had a video that I brought up for that, but not a big deal if it's a pain in the butt to pull it up. I just want to speak in strong support of this item and hopefully more similar items moving forward because as an individual, motor vehicles obstructing bike lanes is not just frustrating, it's terrifying and dangerous. People have died from having to go around motor vehicles and bike lanes, including children. It forces you to throw yourself into moving traffic, which often includes speeding vehicles who are not expecting you, while your view is obstructed by a giant metal living room on wheels in front of you. As a city, we will eventually get a great protected bike lane network, but unfortunately that's not happening fast enough. So right now we need to make the most of what we have. And we're kind of doing the opposite by letting people in motor vehicles do whatever they want with bike lanes. Studies have shown that fear of cars is the #1 reason why many people don't ride a bike. We live in a mostly flat city with nearly perfect weather. I mean, it rains once in a while, but we have rain jackets. If our current infrastructure was actually made to be safe and was respected by motorists, we wouldn't just make the people who already ride safer. We would also encourage more people to be inclined to ride a bike, which we all benefit from, including the people who choose to drive or who have to drive. The more people on bikes, the less traffic, and the more available parking spots, if that's what you're concerned about. On a larger scale, traffic violence is the leading cause of death for children in our county and in our state. If that's not enough of an argument to move away from car dependency, I don't know what is. Cars are also the single biggest source of greenhouse gas emissions. And in case anyone forgot, we are in the middle of a climate crisis.
Thank you, ma'am. Your time's up. Eli Gill, and it looks like you're down on 2 different items. Is that correct? We'll give you 2 minutes and
So
take it away.
I'm here to voice my support for item 16E. I want to thank council for taking this up, and I want to encourage you all to be champions of protected bike lanes. Every day I ride my bike in Santa Monica, and every day I am obstructed by cars parked in the bike lane. I see it all the time. I see drivers parking there to pick up food. I see delivery trucks parking there for 20, 30 minutes to drop Amazon deliveries and UPS deliveries. What I've never seen in my 20 years in Santa Monica is anyone getting a ticket for being parked in a bike lane. I've never seen someone write one. What I have confronted is multiple parking enforcement people parking in the bike lane to write cars tickets for expired meters. When I ask them why they park there and not behind the car, they say it's because it's for their safety. Never mind our safety when I have to swerve around them into traffic. On my way here tonight, I took the lovely protected bike lane down Ocean Avenue, and the second it wasn't protected at Colorado, there was a car parked right in the bike lane, which I had to go around in the dark and with 40-mile-an-hour traffic speeding by me. I think it's really important that we first start enforcing our bike lanes, and second, prioritize speeding up the construction of the protected bike lane network. We have a great plan in place, and we can do this without building expensive curbs if we don't have the money right now, which I know money's always tight. There's quick build infrastructure, you put a couple posts down, you can move the cars to the other side, and then everybody's protected. There's no reason we need to wait another 3, 5, 10 years to have a safe network. When I travel internationally, I always seek out cities that have great bike networks like Vancouver or Paris, and Santa Monica needs more tourism, and it's a great way to get tourists. It's great for business, and so I just encourage you to all be for fixing this bike lane network. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Brad Ewing, and then Connor Webb and Juan Matute. I see movement, so I think Mr. Ewing's on his way up. There he is. All right.
Oh, you have a timer right here. That's awesome. I was going to use my phone. Good evening, Council. My name is Brad Ewing, resident, longtime watcher of these meetings, first-time speaker, and I'm also a co-chair of Santa Monica Forward. Happy to be here. I'm going to very quickly speak on 3 items tonight. Firstly, I want to start with 16D. Santa Monica Forward stands in solidarity with the striking workers. We believe the right to organize and protest must not be infringed. And while I appreciate parts of the motion to reduce excessive vehicular noise, we believe that this can be better accomplished by reconfiguring our road infrastructure to reduce the number of cars on the road and to force them to slow down. We believe that protests are supposed to be disruptive. If you want the disruption to stop, encourage the hotels to meet with the workers, to pay them a living wage, and to stop the violence against them. Secondarily, I want to move on to 11B. I would urge the council to support this measure. Santa Monica is in the midst of a severe housing shortage. More than 70,000 workers are forced to commute into Santa Monica every single day. Everybody who works here should be able to afford to live here. A parking lot in the most transit accessible part of the city, adjacent to the Expo line, is an ideal location to build more housing. Lastly, I'd like to speak in support of 16E. One of my favorite parts of living here is how walkable and bikeable our city is. I used to be someone commuting in from 50 miles away. I was traffic on Lincoln Boulevard, on Wilshire Boulevard, and now I was able to convert that into a walking and biking commute. I believe everyone should have the option to do that if they so choose. Anyone of any age should be able to do that in our community. So let's strive to build a city where any Santa Monicans can bike to school, work, or leisure without the fear of being maimed or killed by a motorist. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Connor Webb.
Hi, my name is Connor Webb, and I'm here speaking in support of 16E. Our city's progress on cycling and pedestrian infrastructure is probably my greatest source of pride as a Santa Monica resident. However, much of that progress on safety has been counteracted by motorists' constant incursions into the bike lanes. I can't count the number of times that I've been told to, just go around, as if swerving my body into a line of 2-ton speeding metal boxes has no consequences to it. Well, let me tell you, those consequences are real and they're dire. Increased enforcement is important, but immediate implementation of our Bike Action Plan amendment and more via quick builds is essential. For example, the geometry of some of our streets is already ripe for protection, like 6th Street, 11th Street, 14th Street, and Broadway, which already have painted buffer zones and plenty of room for reordering the parking lanes and protecting the lanes with just minimal infrastructure and cost. Let us send a message as a city that we are serious about creating a safe, sustainable, and livable community, because ultimately it will save lives of all road users, and we just can't afford to wait any longer. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And our last 3 speakers, Juan Matute, Jason Mastbaum, and Crystal Romero.
Good evening, Council. I appreciate the time that all of you are putting late into the evening. And I think we've all learned tonight that no matter what maneuvers you take, you can't silence Unite Here Local 11. And I think that's going to be true into the future. So I'm here to speak on item 16E. I'm Juan Matute, a co-founder of Santa Monica Families for Safe Streets. I've seen lots of family support for safe biking in Santa Monica. It's very easy to go to a park and see an increase in cargo bikes, electric cargo bikes, family bikes, people going around in the city. This has been a great development. It's also very easy to find parents who are concerned with cycling safety, and it quickly becomes their top priority for the city. So I go to the parks on the weekends, I bring my Santa Monica Families for Safe Streets sign, and I've gathered over 600 members in the past 6 months who are very interested in cycling safety in Santa Monica. So we support 16E, the measures taken. We see great expansion of the bikeway network in Santa Monica, but when you're traveling with kids, in a cargo bike or a tag-along or other type of bike, little gaps in that network where there aren't protected bike lanes, incursions into those bike lanes are all things that really threaten family safety. And so I encourage you to support 16E. I also encourage you all to get out on some of these electric cargo bikes and try them for yourselves. Our bike center in Santa Monica, right down on 2nd and Colorado, has a bike library where you can check out e-bikes. You just look at their website, sign up, and you can take one for the week and experience it yourself, because it's really a great way to get around this city. Thank you.
Thank you. Jason Massbaum.
Hi, I'm here to talk about both 16D and 16E. I'll start with E. We've heard about how dangerous it is to get forced out into the lane as a cyclist, but it's also really bad for motorists that we let motorists park in the bike lane. So for example, here right at the Starbucks, if there's somebody illegally parked in that bike lane, you have a blind turn coming out of the RAN garage. You absolutely cannot see the intersection of Main and Olympic, right? You guys kind of like wing it, hope you make it. I've seen multiple near misses there. And I've submitted more than one 311 request, just asking for some K71s just to make it a less appealing target. And they just write back, you know, we don't monitor this account, please contact parking enforcement. And contacting parking enforcement isn't gonna do anything with somebody who's running in to grab a coffee, right? By the time parking enforcement shows up, the motorist is gonna be long gone. So this really benefits everybody in Santa Monica, whether or not they use the bike lanes, if we improve bike lane safety. And then just quickly on 16D, I don't think that just pulling the first section of this addresses the anti-union aspect. There was the bit about like car honking, but also 16D about promenade noise. The Fairmont's only 1 block away from the promenade, right? And they're pretty loud. So I would assume that if you're making a bunch of noise in front of the Fairmont, that you could potentially set off these promenade noise detectors too. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Crystal Romero? All right. Oh, okay. Did she already speak? All right. Then that concludes both our reopened item 1 and item 6. And I think we have some requests for personal privilege. Councilmember Brock, do you want to start?
Well, considering all the people that I wanted to speak to have just left, it's I guess, preaching to an echo chamber. I was accused early on by a couple of speakers of wanting to stifle protest and stifle free speech in Santa Monica. My obligation as a council person and as a resident is not only to the workers at all of our hotels, but it's also to the residents of the city. We have had numerous complaints. In fact, I just got another one a minute ago from residents. One resident said lives in proximity to the Hampton Inn. That resident said, I got off my emergency room shift at Santa Monica Hospital at 2 a.m. last night. At 5:40, I was woke up and could not get back to sleep by the noise from the protest at the adjacent hotel. that gentleman who had to be back on shift at noon has a right to quiet enjoyment of his residence during what would normally be quiet hours. Now, I don't think there's any dispute about that. 5:30 in the morning, 6 in the morning is not the time to be loudly protesting. They're not those workers at our hotels who have worked, and I was amazed, some of these people have worked 20, 25, 30 years at our local hotels, and they need to be commended for that work and commended for taking job action to try and get better wages. However, they also owe, as one lady said, their neighbors the quiet enjoyment of their premises. So in bringing the action forward and then saying I will postpone the action if our staff are able to reach an approachment with the hotel union, is so that they allow residents in the areas of those hotels a chance to still sleep, a chance to let their children sleep before they have to get them up to go to school. Now, obviously, that's not what Local 11 wants, but I think their workers would respect that. So I first of all, I want to declare, and I know someone laughed when Mayor Pro Tem Negretti said that her grandmother had been a hotel maid. Well, my grandmother also was a hotel maid in Santa Monica, at the Sands, at the Travel Lodge, the crap little motels in Santa Monica where she made $1.10 an hour. And she did that from the time I was born, probably 2 years after I was born, until at least the time I was 12. So I'm very sympathetic to our hotel workers because my grandmother was one of them. And I've been a union member of 4 or 5 different unions in my life. I am a strong supporter of unions. I'm a strong supporter of Unite Here, but I believe they also need to be a strong supporter of the residents in this community. And if they don't want to be a strong supporter of our residents, then as civil government, we have to take action at that point. So I promise I will bring this item back, regardless of how many people show up, if this union and their workers don't find a way to respect the neighbors. I'm not talking about the guests at the hotel. I'm not talking about the hotel staffs, but I'm talking about the people in this incredibly dense city, this incredibly dense place who live in proximity to the hotels. They deserve a right to peace and quiet, and we don't deserve to have our police or our code enforcement have to enforce any of this. There needs to be a good neighbor policy. I hope that Local 11 will sit and talk honestly with our staff and will respect the time limits, which presently are 7 a.m. around the commercial zones, 8 a.m. if I recall on the residential zones. So I would hope that they would do that. I would also hope that people wouldn't decide that I am, I've been called racist, anti-union, a few other choice words by Local 11 representatives, and I understand their director. I am none of those. I've always supported unions. I've always supported our workers. I want them to be able to live and work and thrive. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete.
Okay, Brock summed it up really well there. So I'm just going to say that personally, I think what was unfortunate is in an effort to, I think you were trying to make it clear that that was being removed to let people go home. Unfortunately, nobody listened to that because I think I knew what was going to happen was people wanted to express their views about their frustration far and beyond not making noise between 8 a.m. and 10 p.m. or 9 p.m. And I think what's unfortunate is our neighbors and residents have become collateral damage. And although people are still go to work at all sorts of different hours, people work from home, and people who are affected by the noise, whether before 8 o'clock in the morning or even after are often the people who are making the least amount of money potentially, are often the people that are waking up at 4 a.m. to do the job that many people don't want to do. And so having been a part of a union, having stood out front when I was a part of UFCW, and when I worked at the grocery stores and been on a picket line myself, I understand. I think this has gone so far with the noise, using musical instruments, using drums, trumpets, whistles. It is not just affecting the intended people, which is the folks that they are in negotiations with, the management staff or upper management and the people that work with the hotels, but it is now affecting innocent people who support workers and maybe even support everything that they're fighting for. However, they have to get up and go to work too, or those kids have to go to school. And we were just simply asking that since lately those rules that are standing now have not been respected, the only way to bring it forward was to bring it back to a later start time in the morning, to maybe just sort of re-affect the rules that are already in there. So I'm hopeful, because now that we've removed it, that there is going to be more discussion from the city manager's office with the Unite Here leaders. And I'm also hopeful that in the future we are mindful that when there are groups coming up here to speak outside items on the agenda, that we will make a note to modify rules if we need, if somebody else on this council feels that that's fair. Because I think what happened was we were talking so outside the scope of not only what was on the agenda, but actually what the agenda item proposed, and now all of those people aren't even here to hear the details of what was trying to be proposed. So, and I realize that wasn't the intent on the other party. However, like Brock said, I do feel that we have to represent our residents and we need to speak up for people who are, and I am also speaking for the people who book a room. A lot of people save their money and they book that room. They spend 2-3 years planning a wedding and it gets ruined. And unfortunately, this has been the collateral damage of these protests. So I'm hopeful that the parties can come to an agreement soon so that everybody can rest. But in the meantime, I hope that we respect our code and the laws that are on the books that say when you can. No one's trying to say, no one wants to stifle anyone or stop anyone from using freedom of speech. We're just asking to do it respectfully and just respect the rules, which is you can do it during a certain time period. And outside of that, at that point, you're not even affecting the people you want to. You're impacting innocent people around in the neighborhood.
All right, that concludes items 1 and 6. We move on to item 10, but before we can do that, I need a motion to continue past 11. Oh, if there's no motion, then we all get to go home.
How many more items do we have?
All right. I'm sorry? All right, moved by Terosis, seconded by Zwick. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Yes.
All right. All right, maybe we need a roll call vote so people, because I just don't want to presume what people have said.
Yes.
Councilmember Parra?
No.
Councilmember Brock?
No.
Councilmember Negrete? I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem Negrete.
No.
Councilmember Terosis?
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre?
No.
And Mayor Davis.
Yes, that motion loses 4-3. So I believe we are not going to go past 11 tonight. Do I? I mean,
if there's staff presentation, which items are staff presentation? Can we do agenda management and take the ones off that aren't?
Well, we've already voted on that.
Well, apparently tonight we're making all kinds of rule changes, so.
Okay, we can do without the snark.
I think the
We can
intention
do without
is
the snark.
to let people go home.
So let me turn to the city manager and ask, we just moved to not go past 11. Is there some item here that if we don't do tonight, there will be problems? Because it seems to me there may in fact be some. And then anyone who voted in favor of the motion can move to reconsider. Yeah, sure, take your time.
Isn't there one that's on an emergency basis?
What?
There's one item on an emergency basis.
Yeah, I know.
What's on an emergency?
Mayor, I'd like to explain my no vote.
Okay. You can go ahead and explain your no vote.
Yeah, you know, I sat here watching sort of this whole debate and discussion and how it rolled out, and I just want to say that the mayor did not handle it in the most appropriate way, and I think that's part of the reason why people are very frustrated, and I think it'd be appropriate for us to take a break on the meeting tonight. And I regret that we couldn't continue, but I understand where the frustration came from. And that's why I voted no.
All right.
I have to be up at 5, so.
So, just to advise, the only one that would be nice to do tonight would be the one in shared mobility, but it is an urgency ordinance, so we can also hear it on the 26th and not be in violation of the September 30th deadline.
All right. So with that information, doesn't sound like anyone's moving to reopen that vote? We did, and I asked the question and said if somebody in the majority wanted to move to reopen the vote in light of that information. No. All right, well, in light of that vote, we are adjourned.
We didn't address the single agenda item. No, but he had to be here for the property maintenance one. Oh, right. So, the 26th is gonna be uber long now.
Yeah, well,
It's gonna be,
I guess I'll leave.
we didn't do, you know,
it's gonna be uber long.
oh, yeah,
Well, someone should have said something.
well, why do we have to say if you don't do it tonight, you have to do it on the 26th? Is that not obvious?
Okay, if I do that?
What?
He was gonna say something.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, they were just doing it out of petulance, that's all. I'm sorry, those people said. I don't think we can have that discussion because I mean, I think they in theory have to be continued. Yeah.
They're still continuing, even though we never got to them on the.
Right. Right, it's just like normally, if sometimes we're bumping into time and we say we're gonna take something off the agenda, I think it's the same.
And procedurally, someone could have commented on them because they were open items.
Right.
Still considered.
And in fact, some people did.
Wait,
Some
are we
people-
talking about the Brown Act thing? Because